bitches and cunts.
Right!
What?
Why do you always have such foul language?
Because I'm a bitch?
You're not a bitch.
How do you know?
I'm your friend. You're just foul mouthed.
But anyways. Anyways, Teacher Noodles. Welcome back. Hopefully we can knock down a bunch of these tonight. Cause we only have one long one left, and it's also a BSCP again. They're really fascinated with those.
Though I will say, with how
Mm-hmm.
iffy the content farmer gets, who knows if we'll finish them all tonight.
That's fair. Yes, but anyways, the first SCP of the night is SCP-6018, aka Day Before Life.
Content warning: miscarriage and birth-related trauma. So if you want to back away from that, that is valid.
Yep.
The content farm may not care about your well-being, but the SCP Foundation does.
I'm just imagining that the Foundation just gets like information that someone is making videos based off their anomalies.
Let's face it, if the SCP Foundation was real and they got that, they'd probably get an entire team over there.
Yeah. Anyways, are you ready to hear it?
Yeah.
Alright. SCP-6018. Level 3 6/6018. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6018 is to be contained in a secure item storage locker when not in use for testing. Personnel may request personal use of 6018. Doing so requires permission from 25 different staff members, with at least 5 of which must never have clearance level 3 6018 or higher. Tests may no longer be conducted with pregnant women in the effective range of 6018 without clearance from a member of the O5 Council. These tests may only be conducted with vetted Foundation personnel with clearance level 4 6018 or higher as a test subject. Description: SCP-6018 is a cassette player with a cassette tape inside containing the song Born This Way by Lady Gaga. To date, all attempts to disassemble 6018 and examine its inner workings have been unsuccessful. 6018 displays its anomalous properties when being played in its entirety and rewound to the beginning of the tape by a single individual. When operated in this manner, SCP-6018 will transfer the consciousness of the individual who played and rewound it into a new living body. 6018 will always select the youngest living human within 100 meters as the target vessel. The vessel that the user leaves enters a comatose state and dies if left unattended. No evidence of the previous consciousness of the target vessel has yet been observed, and at this time, the consciousnesses lost this way are presumed dead.
Oh no.
SCP-6018-1 is an extra-dimensional anomaly that can be accessed by utilizing 6018 in the vicinity of a pregnant woman. Addendum 6018-1. On September 13th, 2014, a 60-year-old Foundation staff member named Dr. Neptune volunteered for experiment 6018-37. In this experiment, the test subject was to have their consciousness transferred to the unborn child of the pregnant D-class. Years after this experiment succeeded, the following interviews were conducted. They occurred on April I guess that'll be January 1st, because it was backwards on top. It's January 4th, 2017. Soon after Dr. Neptune regained the ability to speak as a result of his testimony, secure containment procedures were updated on January 6, 2017 to restrict further testing on pregnant women. And here's the interview log. Interview log 6018-A. Begin audio log. Interviewer, Junior Researcher Fleming. Interviewee, Dr. Neptune. Junior Researcher Fleming. So I understand that you recently regained the ability to speak. Congratulations, Dr. Neptune. I'll imagine these past few years have been frustrating for you. Dr. Neptune. Yes, although I unfortunately still have lived, and yet you have no idea how frustrating it is being a baby again. But I'd rather not dwell on that at the moment. Note, for the sake of clarity, Dr. Neptune's lips will be ignored for the remainder of the transcription. Words impacted by the lips will be written as normal. Right. I'll scarcely imagine that situation as I understand it. And you requested this interview because you had something vital to share about your experiences, is that correct? Yes, you see, when I finished using 6018 and vacated my previous body, I lost consciousness. Isn't it normal to be unconscious while one is developing in her mother's womb? I presume so, but it did not feel like I was falling unconscious. Instead, it felt as if I was waking up or somewhere else. Somewhere else? What was it like? Silence ensues for approximately 16 seconds as Dr. Neptune collects his thoughts. When I first awoke, I was at the end of the long line of people, similar to what you would find at an amusement park, except that everyone was facing towards me, and they were not exactly people. An additional sense of the word, at least. Could you elaborate? Yes, I intended to. Be patient, kid. As I was saying, they were not really people, but they somewhat were. I suppose you can call them souls for simplicity. This is what I thought of them as while I was there. They have human heads with their facial features and seemingly random placements on them. Usually nowhere close to making a normal human face. They also all had between 2 and 4 limbs attached at random locations on their head. These limbs varied between all sorts of animals, from human limbs to crab claws to lion tails. They moved in strange and unique ways, befitting to their unique anatomies. Were you in a similar form? Oddly enough, no. I was a form very similar to my former body, yet smaller. I was about the size of a child. If these souls, as I will refer to them, had accurate adult human proportions, then I believe I was about 1 meter tall. That is of little importance. As I said before, I was at the end of the long queue of sorts, with everyone facing me. Naturally, I turned around to see what they were all facing, and it was a large doorway filled with a solid white glow. It was opaque, and I could not see anything past it. Once I took in the sight, I got out of the line so that the others could pass by. Sure enough, as soon as I left, the line started moving, with each soul walking uniformly into the light. It was only then I realized that this was a large gate with the soul creatures exiting out the other side. After observing this for a few minutes, I confirmed that nothing of particular interest was happening to these creatures inside the gate. Nothing that I could observe, at least. Weeks later, I tried to pass through the gate, but I found myself unable to move through the light like the others had. After I took that in and got over my initial shock, I began to explore the area. I found that it seemed to go on forever, as if looking across large, empty plains. There was nothing large in the distance to impede my view, and it seemed to extend forever. The sky and ground, however, were unnatural. They were both uniform, without any patterns or blemishes to speak of, and entirely baby blue in color. Were there any notable features besides the souls and the line to the gate? Yes, there were plenty of strange objects at random locations to break up the otherwise monotonous world. I found plenty of tables and strange chairs that the soul creatures would sit at for long periods of time. End audio log.
Monotonous.
Huh?
Monotonous.
Monotonous. Got it.
Sorry.
It's fine. After this point in the interview, Dr. Neptune began to mumble, repeat himself, and become visibly drowsy. According to junior researcher Fleming, within 10 minutes, the caretaker in charge of Dr. Neptune collected him from his regularly scheduled nap time. The interview resumed 2 hours later. Interview log 6018-B. Begin audio log. Interviewer, junior researcher Fleming. Interviewee, Dr. Neptune. Junior researcher Fleming. Hello again. Oh wait, wrong voice. Hello again, Dr. Neptune. How was your nap? Dr. Hmm?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Dr. Neptune responds with an aggressive tone. It served its purpose. Now where were we? I believe we were discussing the other features of the world you were inhabiting. Ah yes, as I was saying, the souls were seated at tables around the space for long stretches, for hours to what felt like days. What were they doing there? They were engaged in various games, backgammon, card games, dice games, and plenty more that I do not recognize. They were also betting strange tokens on these games, even when they were not participating in the games themselves. What were these tokens like? They were simple coin-shaped tokens. They were marked with an uncountable number of symbols. They were numbers, letters, constellations, planets, animals, and many more depictions that were unfamiliar to me. Regardless, I later found that these tokens were all of equal value, even those with numbered markings. Did the iconography seem connected across the coins at least? Not that I could tell. I believe that many of the tokens depicted images outside of human language and history. I never saw 2 tokens that were exactly alike. Interesting. And you said they were collaborating with them. How could you tell? They were not using language, if that's what you're asking. It seemed instinctual for them. They would simply walk up to a table, expel a number of tokens from their mouth or similar orifice, and place them on a table for ante. Whoever won took every token bet by the players for that game. Everyone else betting on the game made brief gestures amongst themselves and traded tokens with each other after the outcome. Did you recognize the type of sign language they used? No, it was not quite sign language. There was no consistency to these gestures between individuals. At first I thought I was missing something. Then one of them spoke to me after I spent a few hours observing one of the tables. Spoke, you say? Not speaking in a traditional sense. I could just gesticulated towards me after it approached. And shortly after it finished, I subconsciously understood what I was trying to convey. Did it communicate using telepathy? No, telepathy implies the interfacing from mind to mind. This felt much more like what they were trying to communicate was being translated for me in my mind. It felt like the world itself was translating this creature for me. After this experience and a little practice, I was able to understand any creature in this realm if I focused on them while they were gesturing. You were able to communicate with them, then? To some degree, yes. While I could speak with these creatures, they did not necessarily understand what I was saying. They did not seem to have advanced enough intellects to do anything besides communicate about gambling. The most evidence of intelligence I ever witnessed in that world was object permanence. Interesting. If you're able to understand them, then will you eventually able to make sense of the coins? I already told you that was not the case. The images on the tokens appeared to be superfluous. There was no real meaning in them besides decoration. Then did the tokens themselves have a purpose? Yes, I was getting there. There were more than just tables in a space. There were also strange devices, akin to vending machines. Vending machines. So that's how you and the creature subsisted. Subsisted. What? No, there was no need to eat, drink, or do anything else for survival there. Then what were the vending machines for? They dispensed pieces of paper similar to receipts that changed in quality, depending on how many tokens you put in the machine. What do you say? Yes, each machine was labeled in a strange language. The labels said things like wealth, family, personality, fame, skills, death, and plenty more such categories. What was the purpose of these receipts? I am not entirely certain. All I know for sure is that the creatures would exchange tokens for them and eat them. Usually this would only occur once the creature had stopped playing at tables, and after exchanging all of their tokens for receipts, they would enter the queue to the gate. The one you were next to when you first encountered SCP-6018-1. The very same, yes. I see. And how did you leave that place? I did not leave. I tried to on several occasions. I intended traveling through the gate multiple times from both directions. I tried walking in one direction for long stretches at a time, but to no avail. One day, I just felt my body slowly disappear, and eventually I realized I had become a baby again. After that, I patiently waited until I could act at least somewhat autonomously, and well, here we are. I see. Is there anything else you want to say before we conclude the interview? Yes, I must admit, I still understand very little about that world, yet I cannot help but feel it is very important. I highly recommend that the Foundation continue to research it extensively. End audio log. Addendum 6018-2. On January 16, 2017, Operation Mimir officially began, and 12 separate agents were sent into 6018-1 for further investigations. On the 12 agents who were sent, only 6 returned. The other agents were lost to pregnancy complications. On February 18, 2019, interviews about the agents' experiences began to be conducted. Because of their testimonies, Dr. Neptune's descriptions of his discoveries were verified. According to the agents, the receipts that Dr. Neptune described in his interviews were obtained and ingested by half of the field agents in operations. Each of the agents who did so is as follows. Agent name: Agent Bravo Seymour Reynolds. 6018-1 activity. Agent Bravo exchanged 35 tokens at a device labeled Regrets. The text on the receipt read as follows. You'll lose the one true love of your life to one bad night. This voucher can be redeemed for 165 tokens. Additional notes. Agent Bravo stored the receipt by consuming it as other residents of 6018-1 did, but was unable to redeem it for tokens. Agent Bravo began gagging and coughing soon after and continued to do so for several hours. Agent Bravo reported having no regrets of any kind in his previous life to the other agents upon receiving his receipt. Agent Bravo's new vessel was stillborn, preventing him from testifying on his own behalf. Agent Charlie James Everdeen. 6018-1 activity. Agent Charlie attempted to insert 300 coins at the device labeled Death. However, he only succeeded in exchanging 200 tokens before receiving a receipt with the following text: You'll die at the age of 52. Additional notes. Agent Charlie was reluctant to consume the receipt, but did so after he ordered by Agent Alpha. Later in operation, Agent Charlie was caught removing the receipt from his person and disposing it. After being caught, Agent Charlie refused to consume the receipt again. This aversion may have been related to Agent Charlie being 54 years old after joining Operation Mimir. Agent Charlie was lost to a miscarriage before he could return from 6818-1. Agent Echo Silva Ruse. Agent 6018-1 activity. Agent Echo exchanged one token at a device labeled family. Result receipt said, "You'll be the oldest child in a family of 20 and be expected to care for your younger siblings." Additional notes. Agent Echo consumed the receipt as ordered, but had considerable difficulty swallowing it. It took her several hours to complete the task. Notably, Agent Echo was an only child in her previous life. Agent Echo died in a containment breach while her new vessel's mother was still pregnant with her. The mother in question survived. Agent Foxtrot Dominique DeRose. 6018-1 activity. Agent Foxtrot exchanged 200 tokens at a device labeled skills. The receipt said exchange read as follows: "You'll be blessed with great athletic capabilities with a particular aptitude for marksmanship." Additional notes. Agent Foxtrot swallowed the receipt without any significant difficulties or adverse side effects. Agent Foxtrot was an MTF agent during her time at the Foundation who regularly scored highly on marksmanship exercises. Agent Juliet Muhammad Faraj.
I think I noticed a pattern.
Oh?
If you eat a receipt that doesn't line up with who you are, you won't survive.
Yeah. 6018-1 activity. Agent Juliet exchanged 50 tokens at a device labeled personality. You received a receipt with the following text: "You will be a mildly introverted soul with a cold exterior." Additional notes. Agent Juliet consumed the receipt, despite finding it incredibly hot to the touch. This phenomenon was not reported when the other Foundation examined the receipt. After consuming the receipt, Agent Juliet reported feeling mildly feverish, which continued for the remainder of his time in 6018-1. It should be noted that Agent Juliet was extroverted and popular among his peers during his time at the Foundation. Agent Juliet died with his new vessel's mother, had to undergo surgery during childbirth. Agent Kilo Tyrone Green. 6018-1 activity. Agent Kilo exchanged 20 tokens at a device labeled Wealth and received a receipt labeled with the following text: "You'll have an average income of $25,000 throughout your career and be unable to retire." Agent Kilo consumed the receipt without issue, but began to glow green and experienced nausea after an hour had passed. These symptoms were present for the remainder of his stay within 6018-1. According to Foundation records, Agent Kilo had a considerably higher salary while employed with the Foundation for at least 30 years. Additional findings. Despite the adverse side effects Foundation agents received when consuming the receipts, no such reaction was reported as in any resident of 6018-1. Residents of 6018-1 tended to disappear in a similar manner as Foundation staff did upon leaving 6018-1. This event was coincided with the resident in question watching gambling games for several consecutive days without betting. Of the Foundation staff who returned, some reported side effects. Agent Hotel was born deaf in his left ear, which was also the case in his previous life. Foundation researchers have yet to discover a possible medical explanation for this. The genetics of Agent Hotel's new vessel had no notable predisposition to this, and no major incident occurred to Agent Hotel when his new vessel was developing. Agent Kilo was also born with a new birth defect, arrhythmia, due to a congenital defect, which he did not have in his previous life. Because of this, he died 4 months after being born again, and remaining payments promised to him were transferred to living relatives. Signs of his birth defect did not appear until shortly after Agent Kilo was born into his new vessel. Agent Frosttrack was also born with a minor birth defect, a cleft palate. Similar to Agent Kilo, there was no sign of this birth defect in her previous life or in her prenatal development. Addendum 6018-3 on February 20th, 2020, Phase 2 of Operation Memur was launched over a course of 6 months. 6018 was utilized to send 200 Foundation agents to 6018-1 in order to attempt to contain it. Results are pending. As of June 23rd, 2021, only 3 Foundations sent by Phase 2 have successfully returned from 6018-1. Phase 3 of Operation Memur is still in the process of being organized while we await the testimonies of their surviving agents. If you have recommendations for participants in or wish to volunteer for Operation Memur, then please contact Dr. Neptune. Currently, only 12 of the 200 agents required to assert control over 6018-1 have been recruited. Security clearance requirements have been temporarily reduced in order to meet the requirement quota. How the hell does the ethics committee not know about this anomaly? I don't think they would approve of this.
I think that's why they're not telling the ethics committee.
Yeah. Alright.
So, is it clickbait?
Here's the thing, Jerry. In order to make the thumbnails, I had to see the thumbnails. What? There it goes. And, oh boy.
Is it a 4?
I mean, you could say that. Of course. Give me a moment, give me a moment, give me a moment, give me a moment. There it is.
Oh! 4, 4, 4, 4.
And the baby's not the only thing coming out of them. It's also other items.
How could they misunderstand an SCP like that? Again!
I don't know. Alright, so let's first check one thing. Did they put the correct license? Because they have fucked up before.
Yeah.
And yeah, they did. Alright, are you ready?
We are ready.
Alright. 3, 2, 1.
The girl looked over the device. It seemed like a relic from her mother's time. What a piece of junk. How did it even work? She couldn't find a USB port anywhere on it. She hit the play button. Well, this wasn't that bad at all. The sound quality wasn't great, but at least whoever had used it last had decent taste in music. She had found the cassette player on the side of the street, just lying on the ground. Fortuitous timing, as her iPod had just stopped working the day before. A little strange, perhaps, to find such an old device?
Unrealistic.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see that being sold cheap as fuck at some thrift store, but not randomly lying around in a high school. That's
Yeah.
like trying to go, hey, fellow kids, I bet you totally carry around Walkmans.
But it looked practically brand new, and the batteries seemed fresh. She wondered why someone would have just tossed it out. Nevertheless, their loss
It
was
felt
her
things
gain.
were just made more durable back then.
Yeah. Hell, I had a Nokia brand phone. I talked about this before. Like, I it it was very small, and I thought it was easily be broke. It fell down an entire flight of stairs, constantly bouncing, and only had like less than it. No, it didn't. Now I remember, it didn't even have a single crack in it. It just survived the entire flight of stairs. Yeah, if I were to do it with my iPhone right now, it'll crack the shit.
If it didn't crack apart.
Anyways, let's continue.
The cassette player reached the end of its spool. Not bad, she thought to herself. I could listen to that again. She rewound the tape to the start.
Uh-oh.
Just as she was about to press play, an odd sensation came over her. She felt like she was leaving her body. Everything went black. She opened her eyes, the nausea and blurriness slowly leaving her. What was that about? She looked down to the cassette player, but found nothing in her hand. Her hand. That definitely wasn't her hand. She saw her friend Charlotte in the distance. She opened her mouth to call out to her.
Charlotte!
The voice wasn't hers either. She reached into her pocket and found an iPhone. She quickly turned on the camera and raised it to her face.
What?
And you have no idea who owned the cassette player?
Isn't it like a pregnant woman's a requirement?
Apparently, they don't remember.
Let's double check. When played entirely, we round up being eventual. Random matter 16 transfer conscious individual rewound and living into a new living body. 618 will also select the youngest living human within 100 meters as a target vessel. So it's just the youngest living human.
Okay.
So yeah, it is quite possible that happened.
Or how it works?
No, none. Am I gonna be stuck like this? Forever? I don't want to be a boy.
One step at a time, Mrs. Hickey. Just give me a moment, would you?
Gender dysphoria.
Professor?
Yep.
I know that item. It was contained, but disappeared a few years ago.
Oh,
Right.
really? I don't remember this one.
That's
God damn
because
it.
it pretty much killed you.
What?
What?
That boy in there. You tested it upon yourself accidentally. At the time, we didn't know how it worked. It seemed to have removed your soul, but unfortunately for you, you weren't transferred to someone else like Miss Hickey.
Wait.
What?
That's not how it works.
Removed my soul. So what happened to my body?
In cryogenics.
I see. And what is the trigger for this SCP?
Simple, actually. Play the cassette from start to finish, and rewind.
Huh. Then it shoots your soul into another body?
Well, not always.
Right. Poor me, I
Why?
guess. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hickey.
Oh God, mister.
We'll see what we can do, but we'll need you to stay with us for a few days to run some tests.
Sure, why not? Not like I can walk around like this. Ew.
I want to do some experiments.
Absolutely out of the question. Too dangerous.
I'll use a D class this time.
Even if you could, it requires direct permission from a member of the O5 Council.
Well, why didn't you say
What?
so? I'll send the request.
Well, that's not true. Doing so, it requires permission from 25 different staff members, at least 5 of which must never have clearance level 3, 60, 18, or higher. The only thing that you can't do is tests being conducted with pregnant women without clearance from the Foundation Council.
This is stupid.
You know they're using this SCP to fill in lore for Klaus. Or Klaus, whatever the fuck his name is.
Well, it makes it easier to kill him, I guess.
Immediately.
As you wish, but only D-Class. No agents, no researchers, nobody else.
You got it.
Coffee? I could use a coffee.
You bet. Wait a second, hold on.
What's up?
Remember that request I sent out to conduct experiments on that cassette recorder?
What about it?
It's been approved.
Already? That was like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, not like them to be so quick. And get this, approved by 055.
This
What?
isn't what we agreed on, Chen.
Listen, you want to get out of here or not?
Well, yeah, but with my own body, preferably.
That's just not on the cards. How do you think I was going to get you out? Just walk out the front door? This is your chance. Take it or leave it.
Fine, but you better be right about this. I don't want to end up as a rat or a cockroach.
That'd be an improvement. Chen walked the D-Class into the testing chamber, thinking to himself, either he'll get out or he'll be dead. Either works for me. Claw sat at the table, the cassette
What?
player in front of him.
D6385, did Agent Chen explain to you what you've got to do?
Yeah. Play the tape and rewind it.
Correct. Do not deviate from the orders.
Gotcha. Hey, Chen, better be sure.
Klaus and Chen left the room. He sat down and hit the play button. The music was pretty catchy, to be fair. As the tape player clicked at the end of the reel, he hit the rewind button.
Here we go.
The player clicked as it finished rewinding. Almost immediately, he fell face first onto the table. D6385. D6385. He's still alive.
Get him to a CT scanner! It's as the professor said.
And what did the prof say?
He's comatose. He's alive, but his brain activity is flat. Like he's brain dead.
This is exactly how it happened 2 years ago. Klaus listened to the cassette player as the music came to an end. He looked up at the professor and shrugged,
Nothing much so far.
then hit the rewind button. As it reached the beginning of the tape, he slumped over in the chair. Klaus! The professor checked his pulse. He's alive. Get him to the medic bay. His brain activity was flat. It was as if his soul had left his body. They put him into one of the cryogenic tubes and shut the door. There wasn't anything else they could do
What
for
the
the
fuck?
moment. Is the new one ready? The technician nodded his head. Okay, let's wake up the new Klaus. But why didn't Klaus or the D-Class jump to another body, like the kid? That's what we don't know, but it's too dangerous to keep experimenting like this until we have a better understanding of the machine.
Agreed.
Dr. Klaus, you're not going to believe this.
The D-Class sat in the room, her baby on her lap.
Is this a joke?
Absolutely not, sir. Heard it with my own ears.
All right then, let's have a look. Good afternoon, Klaus?
You saw a one good-looking fella.
If you are who you say you are, what's your favorite anime? We don't have a favorite, but JoJo ranks up there. Oh god, you really are me!
Told you, didn't I?
How did this happen?
What the fuck?
The tape recorder.
This
It
is stupid.
transfers your
Yes.
soul into the youngest body around.
So that's how it works. And you were transferred into this D-class unborn baby?
Yeah, but that's not even the half of it.
What?
They were in a featureless world. The ground was white and the sky blue. The
What the
horizon
fuck?
disappeared into the distance, endlessly. In front stood a doorway with an imperceivable light shining through.
This is
So-
hurting.
It was heaven?
I don't think so. Either some world or some interdimensional religious type of purgatory.
All around were tall beings, resembling humans, but their faces were wrong. Their features were assembled randomly, and each one had 2 to 4 limbs coming out of their heads. But not just human limbs, animals too.
Did they speak?
Not in words, but through their minds.
Telepathy.
Not quite. It was like the world was translating it for us.
Some of the figures
What?
sat, playing card games and betting. with
They were
oddly
at a
shaped
table.
coins. As it won the game, it took the coins to a machine labeled skill and deposited them. A piece of paper came out with the words, "You will be blessed with great athletic capabilities,
What?
with a particular aptitude for
They're
marksmanship."
literally
The
removing
being then
every
walked through the
character
doorway
from the
and
SCP.
disappeared.
Yes, they are.
And what about you?
Well, when I woke up in that world, I was in front of that door, but facing the wrong way. I couldn't go through it no matter how hard I tried.
Did you play the games?
No, I never did. After a few days, I just disappeared. Next thing I know, I'm a friggin' baby inside her.
We need to take Klaus back to cryogenics.
Who, me?
Just the small one. Don't worry, we'll see if we can get you back into your body.
This file has been redacted under orders of 05-5. No further investigation will be necessary. The Foundation thanks you for your efforts.
Did that voice sound familiar?
Sounded a bit like... but it couldn't be.
Sounded like Cyrus's butler.
What?
In another cell,
is not
deep in the
who the
Foundation's
05
penal colony,
is.
a young mother held
Right.
her infant child as she slept.
Damn it, Jen. You're gonna pay for this.
SCP-6018. Object Class: Safe. 6018 is a cassette player with a cassette tape inside, containing the song Born This Way by Lady Gaga. To date, all attempts to disassemble SCP-6018 and examine its inner workings have been unsuccessful.
What the fuck? Oh, you
6018
can examine
displays
if
its
you
anomalous
destroy it.
properties when being played in its entirety and rewound to the beginning of the tape by a single individual. When operated in this manner, 6018 will transfer the consciousness of the individual who played and rewound it into a new, living body. 6018 will always select the youngest living human within 100 meters as a target vessel. The vessel that the user leaves enters a comatose state and dies if left unattended. No evidence of the previous consciousness of the target vessel has yet been observed, and, at this time, the consciousness lost this way are presumed dead. 6018-1 is an extra-dimensional anomaly that can be accessed by utilizing 6018 in the vicinity of a pregnant woman. SCePtember is to be contained in a secure item storage locker when not in use for testing. Tests may no longer be conducted with pregnant women in the effective range of 6018 without clearance from a member of the O5 Council.
Heaven, the afterlife, reincarnation. Different religions have varying ideas on what happens after
What?
death.
Your beliefs, or lack thereof, are your own, but
What?
never try to enforce them on others.
What?
As always, have a
They made
That's
the
stupid.
SCP
This entire
religious.
thing was stupid. I think we need to mark it as 4, as literally every character was removed.
Yeah. Alright. Added gore or violence.
Somehow, it's like a 1 or 2. They added violence. Not much, but
I'd probably say 1 because it wasn't that much compared to what they
Yeah.
usually do.
yeah,
Alright, deviate from the plot in Article 4.
4.
We don't even know what the fuck they did. Alright, only manifest such offensiveness.
4.
You found something offensive in it? Oh, the
Don't think of
dysphoria
what-
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get
Well, besides the dysphoria, like bringing dysphoria in itself, I did not find offensive,
Yeah.
but just how inappropriately they used it, how inappropriately they removed the characters themselves and took their stories. So, like flippantly. I feel like the way they treated the people's histories, can that really be called non-offensive?
Eh. Alright, 15%.
Also, I feel like the way they are currently treating claws in itself is weirdly offensive in itself.
Cryogenically freeze a baby.
Also, I do not believe for a second that the baby is the real claws.
Eh.
Okay, what's the next SCP? 3271? I mean 3270?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I think this is the perfect SCP for you to read. Hold on. Because I need to see its nickname. Okay, 3270. 3270. Where are you? Yep. Here it is, Jiri. You ready?
Yep.
Its nickname is the painting that makes you a furry.
So, you think it's hilarious for the scaly furry to read the furry SCP?
Well, I'm a kaiju furry, if that makes you feel any better.
What?
I've already admitted being a kaiju furry.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said I've already admitted being a kaiju furry. So if that
What
makes you
that
feel
does?
better. Yeah.
It does. Okay.
Yeah, and plus this
I
one's
love
short.
it.
Sorry. You go ahead.
Although I do not know who else is watching besides me, but I do know at least one other person is watching that is very silent in the stream. Okay. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. 3270 is to be kept within a storage locker on Site 64. All photos of the SCP are to be deleted upon discovery, excluding photos of any copies of 3270. Instances of the SCP 3270-1 are to be kept at Site 88, but otherwise are allowed to roam the facility freely with the exception of areas limited to Foundation personnel. Instances of -1 are to be fed cooked fish and milk at regular intervals. Requests for toys and other anemone, amenities are to be approved by 3 Class B personnel on Site 88, though requests cannot exceed $30 in cost. Description: SCP-3270 is a painting depicting a cat resting on a pillow. Viewing SCP-3270 directly or indirectly causes the viewer to undergo various physical and mental changes over the course of several months. See document 3270-1. This effect does not apply to copies of the SCP either through printing or recreation. Viewers of SCP-3270 are to be classified as instances of SCP-3270-1. Document 3270-1. Initial viewing. Viewers will express admiration for the SCP. Viewers who viewed a copy of SCP-3270 are expressed apathy or disapproval before viewing the SCP will still express admiration for the SCP. Okay. So be it you like it or don't like it, you'll end up liking it.
Yeah.
1 hour after initial viewing, viewers will exhibit increased enthusiasm, curiosity, and generally have more positive outlook on life. Not for me. 1 day after initial viewing, viewers will show increased interest in felines through looking at pictures, videos of common house cats, cats, purchasing clothing, furniture, or other objects depicting cats, or adopting pet cats. 1 week after viewing, viewers will begin recommending others begin adopting cats as pets, as well as recommending viewing at the SCP. 3 weeks after initial viewing, viewers will begin exhibiting cat-like behavior such as licking themselves as a substitute to more formal means of bathing, preferring to eat food on the floor, and walking using both their arms and legs. This is not the furry SCP. But just so everyone knows, furries still take baths and or showers. 2 months after initial viewing. Also, I want to comment, licking yourself is not a bath, unless you're an actual cat. 2 months after viewing, viewers will show increased body hair growth. 4 months after viewing, skeletal system will begin to shrink with their muscles and skin doing the same. Are they going to turn into a fucking cat?
Amy.
5 months after viewing, other miscellaneous changes to the viewer's body will occur, such as ears changing shape and location, eyes restructuring to resemble those of a house cat, and loss of thumbs and fingers in place of phalanges typical of house cats. So they're not turning into a furry, they're turning into a literal cat. 6 months after viewing, instances of SCP-3270-1 are physically identical to non-anomalous house cat, though are able to still speak despite not having needed organs to do so. Psychological effects of SCP-3270 listed above are have dissipated at this point. Instances of -1 will have the lifespan of an average human, though are able to be terminated by normal means. So you could have an 100-year-old fucking cat that speaks.
Yeah. You can hold the whole record.
Interview 3270-1. Interview Dr. Allison, an instance of SCP-3270-1. Interviewer Dr. Glenn Rowan. Sounds like the name of an asshole for some reason. I'm sorry. Dr. Allison willingly viewed SCP-3270. This interview was conducted 8 months after initial viewing. Begin log. Dr. Glenn Rowan. Why did you willingly view SCP-3270? SCP-3270-1. Curiosity, mostly. How would you describe the process of transforming into an instance of SCP-3270-1? It felt alright at first. I'd found a new hobby. Then when I got to actually turning into a cat, it got excruciatingly painful. What is your opinion on SCP-3270? It ruined my life. I'm speaking of the artistic quality of SCP-3270. Dr. Glenn Rowan passes a copy of SCP-3270 to the -1 instance. Oh yeah, I guess it's cute. End log. Really, that's the fucking end?
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, there's two different people. One for the artwork and one for the SCP. For the licensing.
Oh.
Oh shit! Someone got banned from a chat. Thanks, Harrybot.
Thank you, bot.
Anyways, are we ready to see the thumbnail? I've already seen all of them because I had to make the YouTube thumbnails. Oh yeah, Bookworm, I'll send you a copy of the YouTube thumbnail later. Because I posted the first one in Discord server. I forgot to send it to you.
Tell me.
Alright. Hey, Jerry, what's your opinion on Family Guy?
A strong distaste for it. Of course. They've gone the furry route again when an SCP isn't furry related in any way whatsoever. Thanks.
It's also in a Family Guy episode.
Yeah, obviously a 4.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. Did they keep all. Up, they only kept that writer. So they show the original artwork.
I think I get why they sometimes exclude the proper copyright. It's because they don't consider artwork to be actual work.
Yeah, which is bullshit.
Yeah,
Mm.
fucking content farming bullshit assholes.
Yeah. Anyways, everyone ready?
I'm ready.
Alright, in
Are
3.
you ready, Brookworm?
Yep. Yeah, you ready, Bookworm? Wait.
Are you ready to have a content farm spit on you as a furry? They are ready to be spat on. Okay, let's watch this.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
February 5th. It's been 3 days since Grandma passed away. We were close, but I hadn't seen her in a few months. I now regret not making the time. Note to self, always make time for those you love. I know I can't put it off any longer. It needs to get done, but I'm scared. Tomorrow. I promise I'll do it tomorrow. February 6th. I finally mustered up the courage to go down there. I've had an unreasonable fear of that basement since I was a kid. I can't quite remember what happened, but I do recall a feral cat that came out of nowhere. It scratched me as it dashed by, and I swear it looked at me like it knew who I was. It was a few months after my grandpa passed. I think I was 7 or 8? It
What?
was as I remembered it. Everything dusty and dark. In the back of a pile of boxes and junk, I saw it. A white cloth covering something large. I had a faint recollection of it from my childhood. I don't know why, but something told me not to pull off the cloth. I plucked up my courage anyway. Screw it. There's nothing to be afraid of. A decision I'd soon regret. I pulled back the cloth to find a painting of a cat.
They took the
That's all it
picture.
was. Some odd artwork Grandma must have purchased years ago and forgotten about. Little did I know that this was just the beginning. February 7th. I woke up with a strange sensation. I don't quite know how to explain it, but I had dreamt of cats all night.
What?
I found myself searching through drawers for a ball of yarn to play with. Even my hunger had changed. All I could think about was a nice, fresh fish. What's wrong with my mind?
All cats think of.
March
They have
3rd.
other things
Yeah.
I
they
haven't
like to
written in
do.
here in a
Yeah.
while, and truth be told, I don't know how much longer I can. More things have been happening. My body is changing before my eyes. It feels awkward to walk up right now, and hair is starting to grow all over me. My ears and eyes are also changing.
Yeah.
Everything is changing. What am I becoming? April 27th. This final entry. No longer able to write proper. Speaking okay. Fingers. No fingers. Toes.
What?
Claws. I am become cat.
It should be right around.
Oh, god
here.
damn it.
I'm almost on top of it.
Wait.
And here, you know.
That's what I've
There
been
we go.
saying this whole time. So,
They're doing
when do you
it
intend on
to
helping out?
Atlas.
Funny.
Yep.
We all know who actually works the longest hours here.
Thank you for appreciating my effort.
I meant me.
Oh, my bad. I thought I heard you say working, not gaming.
Mr. Comedian.
What you working on anyway?
I was going through the archives, trying to find any SCPs that could have a relation to our old friend Cyrus.
What's his modus operandi?
From what we've seen, anything to do with human hybrids.
And did you find any?
Unsurprisingly, there are a number of them, but this one in particular is interesting. It's a diary of a young child gone missing.
What happened to them?
Well, the last entry makes it sound like they became a half-cat furry.
What?
So what exactly are we looking for?
SCP 3270. Found it. Well, that's strange.
What is?
The painting they refer to in the diary, it's not here.
Check the history log.
Okay. Nope. Ha! Here we go. Well, I'll be.
What is it? You wanted to speak with me.
Yes, Professor. I've been trying to find out more about Cyrus and at the same time looking for SCPs that could be of interest to him.
Good plan. What have you found?
Well, this, SCP-3270, it's a painting of a cat.
What's its anomalous property?
From what I gather, it turns the viewer into a cat hybrid. The
No,
viewer seems to retain
turns
the
into a
ability
cat.
to speak and their memories
Yeah,
from
just a
being
cat.
human.
I see. And you think Cyrus might find this useful in whatever he's doing involving human-animal hybrids?
Yes, problem is, it's already been checked out.
Let me guess. 055?
Exactly. Who is 055?
The current owner of that position is unknown to me. As you know, I was only aware of the previous occupant.
What exactly led to his being terminated?
As we spoke before, he was conducting unethical experiments with human hybrids. When the Overseer Council learned of just how far his experiments had gone, they demanded he stop. That didn't go over well with him. The last time I saw him was when he left the council in a rage, telling them they were relics of the past, unmovable objects of antiquity. Either him or something else would show them the path to the future. They
What?
were the equivalents of Luddites to him,
This
fearful
is
of
not
change he
something
would
I've
bring
ever
forth
thought
upon them.
Happen in the O5 Council.
Yeah. Also, it wouldn't be just him leaving. Some of the Red Right Hand members would leave. Because literally how the Chaos Insurgency was made. Because one of the
Yeah.
O5 leaders left, and the agents left with them. 'Cause the Red Right Hand members are extremely loyal.
Yeah.
Oh well. We're
After
halfway
that,
into the
We
fucking.
were told he
Wait.
had been fired.
Yeah, we're halfway into it. Already. And they're already fucking it up.
Or retired. As you are aware, it isn't always easy to spot the truth in the Foundation.
What is the relation between Cyrus and 055? There's something we're missing.
You continue looking into this cat picture, and I'll see if I can find out a little more about the current 055.
You would be
Just a
killed if you
little
do that.
Further, it was right around here. Ah, this should be it.
Can you hurry up? The dust in here is triggering my allergies.
Hang on. This wasn't here last time.
That looks like a painting.
It was returned yesterday.
055 knows we're onto them.
We need to be careful. We don't know what we're up against yet.
So what's our next move?
Let's get a D class and run some experiments. I want to see exactly how this painting transforms the viewer and if we can stop or reverse the process. D class, do you understand what you have to do?
He just has to stand there, like a piece of corn.
You just let me do my job.
All right. Don't get touchy.
You can view the painting now. Cover it now, please.
That was absolutely fascinating. Definitely one of the more amazing SCPs we have.
Shut it. It takes time. We'll get daily reports and see how it goes.
My
Thank
God.
you, D-Class.
Takes
You're
months.
dismissed.
Not days. What?
That's not how the SCP works.
Okay, now they're showing it correctly.
Well, yeah, correctly, but incorrectly. They're basically showing it being instant.
Yeah.
Well, that went to
Hasn't even
plan.
been a day yet.
Didn't you want
Huh?
Hasn't even been a day yet before he fucking cat.
I don't know.
to reverse it or stop it somewhere along the way?
This is the control. Now that we know what happens, we can try altering the process with the next D-Class.
I thought the kid in the diary only became half a cat.
I think she couldn't write anymore after that, with the pause.
Ah.
How do you feel?
Okay, I guess. Other than being a friggin' cat.
Anything you want to tell us?
Meow, I guess.
Idiot.
We'll be back tomorrow to check on your progress.
The doctor, like in the article, they're using a random D class. In the article, though, the doctor was a woman, so they removed a woman.
Yep.
Get it? Progress?
Unfortunately, yes.
Dr. Claus, your D-Class.
What about him? I mean, it.
It's been confiscated.
Confiscated? By whose authority?
Sir, 055.
That's it. I've had enough of this. It's ridiculous. I'm going to speak to 055 myself. Chen, let's go. Do you believe this? Unbelievable.
Take it down a notch, Doc. These 05...
in the SCP Foundation. No
Yeah,
one
like-
would ever go, how dare the council in charge of every something.
Yeah, honestly, even if you were to talk shit about the 05 and go against the, you'd be put to death or put as D class. you
Yeah.
would not survive.
You never talk shit about the 05 while you're in the Foundation.
There's only one group who literally will talk down an 05, and that's ethics committee.
Well, yeah, but there's an ethics committee.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and also the administrator. Forgot about them.
Anyway.
Yeah.
The guys aren't playing around.
I don't care anymore. They just can't keep taking my... You!
Dr. Klaus, Agent Chan.
What?
This is your final warning. There won't be another. Back off. Foolish child. How dare you? 05-5 is beyond reproach.
What?
You were warned.
It's the guy from the first suit.
How did he get in here?
Don't
Anomaly.
know, but we...
Yeah. Remember,
Better
they
get-
made him the bad guy.
Yeah.
And they're trying to say the furry bad guy is also in the 05 Council.
Yep.
Him looked up before he comes to.
He'll be secure in here for the night.
Good. Tomorrow we'll interrogate him and get to the bottom of this whole mess.
You hear that, doggo? Your time's up. We've got ways to make you speak.
Get yourself checked out in the infirmary. I'll see you first thing in the morning to get some answers.
How did he get in here? And why does he care about 055?
Oh, no, he's probably Assistant 055.
We'll find
Sleep.
out.
Yeah.
Chen? Ugh. I'm never gonna get to sleep until I'm sure that dog is locked up. What the? Hey, how'd you get out?
What?
Whoa, what the hell are you?
What? Where did he get his twink from?
Was that?
I don't know.
Catman.
That's it.
What's what?
When the painting went missing, the
you
Wolfman
really
must have
just say
given it to
that?
Cyrus to.
What?
Food said, damn, fastest matchmaking ever.
Oh my god. Anyway.
Create that half cat, half man. Another experiment. Either that Catman is only halfway through its transformation, or 055 figured out how to permanently stop it.
Then he sent the Catman in to rescue the wolf.
Exactly.
But what does that have to do with 055?
Isn't it obvious now? 055 is Cyrus.
SCP-3270. Object Class: Safe. 3270 is a painting depicting a cat resting on a pillow. Viewing 3270 directly or indirectly causes the viewer to undergo various physical and mental changes over the course of several months, resulting in turning into a cat. The effect does not apply to copies of 3270, either through printing or recreation. Viewers of 3270 are to be classified as instances of 3270-1. 3270 is to be kept within a storage locker on Site-64. All photos of 3270 are to be deleted upon discovery.
Nice bookworm. When you found out the identity of an 05 member, channel gets neutralized.
Excluding photos of any copies of 3270. Instances of 3270-1 are to be kept at Site-88, but otherwise are allowed to roam the facility freely, with the exception of areas limited to Foundation personnel. Instances of 3270-1 are to be fed cooked fish and milk at regular intervals. Requests for toys and other amenities are to be approved by 3 Class B personnel on Site-88, though requests cannot exceed $30 in cost.
We often wish we could change our circumstances, run away from it all, or become something entirely different. As the old saying goes, though, be careful what you wish for.
As always,
Is it bad that I wish they would stop adding a furry aspect to different SCPs? Because, like, I don't know, it feels like they find furries to be both sexual and terrifying.
I like how you say that, and right on the video, there's the only person CP.
Yeah. I mean, we aren't scary.
I mean, I might.
Well, you're different. You're bright. You're Aaron Bright. You're different. 4.
Yeah, 4. Edit gore or...
Literally every character from the entire article.
Yeah, edit gore or violence.
They had 2. They definitely added.
Yeah.
I mean, not much, but it was more than 0, and it was more than a little. It wasn't just a little shoving.
I was kind of halfway expecting him, like, one person just take the paint and start beating someone. Is that bad?
It's not bad. It's kind of what you expect from this shit.
Alright. Deviates from the plot of the article.
4.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, 4. only men in the video sexual offenses 4 because he removed all the women.
They not only removed all the previous characters, and all their identities. The only woman they added in was a child, and none of the people who were tested on were doctors.
Yeah.
I bet the doctor who was tested on, she was tested on specifically because she was a doctor and she would be able to analyze it better than a random D class.
Yeah. So the next one, Jerry, I'll read the first one and you get the second one because this video has 2 SCPs in it.
Oh.
Yes. However, the first one is actually a popular one and very well known as the self-replicating cake.
Oh, I know that one. And you know that one. Let's
Yep.
read it.
Yep. Alright. Item SCP-871. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Each reoccurrence of SCP-871 is to be maintained within a separate locked concrete cell on a metal platter permanently affixed to the surface of an immovable wooden table. Each cell housing a reoccurrence of 871 is to be monitored on a 24-hour basis via closed-circuit camera with individual feeds checked every 15 minutes. Upon creation of an instance of 871, 3 Class D personnel are to be escorted by armed guards to its cell where they are to be sealed with an instance induced to consume it. No more than 1 hour may be spent performing this task. In cases where additional motivation is needed, the termination of one of the Class C personnel assigned to an instance 871 is authorized. Upon completion of the consumption of an instance, no participants may exit the cell until both they and the room have been thoroughly searched to confirm that no portions remain. The platter, the table, and room are then to be cleaned in preparation for the next instance. Class D personnel who approve cooperation and consumption of an instance of 871 may volunteer to participate in additional consumptions. Personnel exhibiting exceptional usefulness may have their monthly termination postponed. Wait, holy shit, that's actually the first time I've ever read an SCP article where it talks about end of the month termination or D-class.
That talks about what?
About the end of the month termination for D-class.
Ah.
That's the first time I ever heard it. Yeah. That's kind of cool. But anyways, such personnel are under no circumstances to be allowed to interact with any other SCP object. No visitors of any kind are to be served on site at any facility housing a recurrence of 871. Description: SCP-871 is a collection of 237 cakes. Instances of 871 vary widely in appearance and size, covering the entire range of foods described by humans as cake. The smallest observed instance of 871 has a miniature cupcake with a mass of 15 grams. The largest yet observed was a 22-kilogram Baumkuchen measuring 2 meters in length. That's a fucking big-ass cake.
Baumkuchen, what kind of cake is that? I must look it up.
Okay. I'll continue reading while you do that. Anyways, when an instance of 871 is consumed by a human or a collection of humans, it is replaced approximately 24 hours afterward with a similar cake. This cake will appear on a flat surface in the vicinity of the location where the previous instance was eaten. If any of these cases is substantially damaged through any means other than being eaten by a human, including being eaten by a non-human animal, it will be replaced instantaneously. Instances recreated in this manner maintain the schedule of the original instance. The mechanism by which instances of 871 are replaced is currently unknown. Individual reoccurrences of 871 have been observed to mutate over time, varying in minor characteristics between each instance, with larger changes occurring in roughly 5% of replacements. No deleterious effects have been observed to result from the consumption of 871, even in cases where several instances have been consumed, excepting those acceptable from eating large amounts of cake. 871's danger originates in the consequences of an instance not being eaten. Any instance of 871 which is not consumed will cause a new cake to be created in its vicinity after 24 hours. While it is similar to its normal replacement behavior, the original instance will continue to exhibit the same properties, replicating if damaged, and continuing to replace itself every 24 hours. This behavior has been observed in all cases where more than 10% of the mass of an instance remain unconsumed. As there is no known mechanism for halting 871's replication, any uncontained instances will replicate exponentially, quickly becoming unmanageable. No maintainable plans for the containment of more than 20,000 instances of 871 have yet been devised. It is estimated that an uncontrolled outbreak originating with a single instance would render the Earth uninhabitable within 80 days. Yeah, Bookworm, how do you feel about a cake that could end the world?
Didn't we already know that it could end the world?
Well,
Also,
I don't think Bookworm knows much about SCP stuff. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Did you know about that bookworm? It's a cake that can end the world. There are more food SCPs that can also end the world, and one who already has ended at least one world.
Oh yeah, can't like the infinite potato sack? Couldn't you just like
Yeah,
cover the
that's what
world
I
in
was thinking
potatoes?
about. That literally ended at least one world. Anyway, Bumpuchen is a kind of cake that translates to tree cake or log cake. It's German, and these are two pictures of it. It looks very delicious.
Yeah.
I would eat that.
Oh yeah, Booker, I forgot to ask you. For tomorrow, I'm thinking Hatch and Jiri are down, but we're doing Cards Against Humanity, but we can only answer with SCP related answers, or with pictures or SCP related things. Would you be down for it? I forgot to ask you. Yeah, that's the first one. Sure. Sweet. All right, we got 4 people. All right, so let me get the nickname for the next one. That'll be yours, Jury. Uh, SCP 1003, aka the Tapeworm Child.
Object class Keter. Special containment procedures. The Foundation currently has 10 instances of SCP 1003-2s, a designated SCP 1003-2-A-K in its possession, all of which are held in separate, heavily guarded, high security cells at Bioresearch Area 13. All personnel at Bioresearch Area 13 are to undergo regular compulsive compulsory testing for signs of SCP-1003 infection. Personnel wishing to access SCP-1003-2-A-K may only do so for the express purpose of research, must have level 4 security clearance, must have written permission from the O5 redacted beforehand. So we do not even know which O5 council member you need a permission from.
Which means you
Which
don't get it.
makes sense. Huh?
I said, which means you don't get it.
Well, to be fair, how many people are probably even allowed to know which one you need permission from?
Fair.
Yeah. And also, you would have the clearance to go there, but not me. Oh, yeah. They are to wear biohazard suits when entering SCP 1003 2-A-K cell and go through an intensive disinfection process afterwards. No animals of the order of Carnivora are to be allowed at the Bioresearch Area 13 under any circumstances. All right, what animals are under
I'm assuming carnivores.
Well, that's vague. Not all carnivores belong to the same family.
I know, I'm just being an ass.
Alright, Carnivora seems to be the family in which canines, felines, and bears all evolved from.
Ah,
Oh, it's the order of six of the largest mammals. So basically, it's not just canines, felines, and bears, but also uh, they're, they're also the mongoose family, and it looks like the family that skunks and seals are in. Also raccoons.
yeah. Yeah, before we
So,
continue.
so a
Oh,
bunch of a bunch of a bunch of carnivores are apparently very, not
yeah,
all of them, but a lot of them. That's
yeah,
interesting to know.
yeah. Also, before we continue, I just took a quick glimpse by accident, and I saw that SCP right under 1003 is 1004 factory porn.
Well, it's good thing that they did not use that one. Although I do not think
It's actually not actual porn. It's like really gross and mutilating and
I
oh,
know.
okay. I wasn't sure if you knew.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying whatever it is, it's probably better than. Anyway, description.
Yeah.
SCP 1003-1 is an adult tapeworm of the species. I don't know how to pronounce that. Known for causing hydatid disease. Am I even pronouncing that right? I have no idea. Others of its species, SCP-1003-1 inhabits the small, like others of its species, it inhabits the small intestines of carnivores. Oh, typically canines, where it produces eggs that are passed to the host's uh, feces.
Yeah.
The eggs can survive up to redacted years in the outside environment. Yes, please do not tell us how long the SCP eggs can live. We do not want to know.
It's probably a double digit number.
Well, yeah, but
Oh. Mm-hmm.
because it redacted two numbers.
Yeah.
When the eggs enter the gastrointestinal tract of a human subject, hereby designated as the intermediate host, via consumption or contaminated food, they hatch into larvae which burrow into the host's tissues. Yay! It is this stage that SCP-1003's anomalous properties begin to manifest. Instead of developing into cysts, the larvae develop into creatures which resemble human embryos, hereby designated as SCP-1003-2. The vast majority of SCP-1003-2 specimens die before they have a chance to develop. Those that survive are usually those that are embedded in nutrient-rich tissue, such as hepatic tissue. What is the hepatic tissue? It does not sound like somewhere in the intestines. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's in the ass. I'm sorry, no,
What?
it's not. It's not.
I looked it up. It is the liver. So if they end up in the liver, they will live. Although that sounds like that kills the host.
Probably.
If
Unless
they
they're an
develop,
alcoholic.
they absorb nutrients from the surrounding tissue, which
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm gonna say it would probably kill them even if they weren't an alcoholic. Simply because if a baby is developing in the something you need, what do you think will happen?
Right.
As they develop, they absorb nutrients from the surrounding tissue, which often causes problems from the intermediate host. SCP-1003-2's development mostly follows a pattern of normal human prenatal development, but at a faster rate. By 8 weeks, it's as mature as 6-week-old neonate, although it is similar in size to an 8-week-old embryo. Oh, yeah. Once it reaches this stage, it will actively consume the intermediate host from within using sharp hooked teeth. I told you it sounded dangerous. Me going, this sounds like it'll kill you. Later it goes, this will kill you. SCP-1003-2's growth is accelerated to an even greater extent as it is doing this. By the time it has fully consumed the intermediate host, usually after redacted minutes or so, it will have developed into a child. The physical age of the child typically ranges from 10 months to 11 years, depending on the mass of the intermediate host. So, in extreme cases where the intermediate host is morbidly obese, it can be as high as 13 to 15 years. Oh, because of fatty liver.
Eh.
Once SCP-1003-2 is finished, it will lose its hooked teeth, along with its cannibalistic tendencies, from whereon it will be functionally indistinguishable from a human in every respect, with no knowledge or memory of having been a parasite. It will even possess learned skills, e.g., language, that would be expected from a child its apparent age, despite there being no way it could have learned them. Instances of SCP 1003 2 are usually taken into orphanages and sometimes adopted by foster parents. Their only anomalous properties at this stage are their DNA is somehow identical to that of the parasite, and their bodily fluids, including sweat and saliva, contain tapeworm proselytics. I, I did not pronounce that right, which infect carnivores and develop into SCP 1003 1, thus continuing the cycle. Oh, nice.
Hmm.
Testing SCP 1003 with animals such as cattle and sheep, which are common intermediate hosts, have found that its anomalous properties only manifest humans, and in all other cases, its life cycle is normal and causes hydatid disease in the intermediate host. So we're the only ones it goes for the kill.
Yeah, but probably the reason why it's harder to take is because they don't look like the parasite anymore after a certain point, making it harder to find.
Also, remember what it said at the end, in that creatures infected by the parasite that are not humans will appear like any other parasite of its type.
Yeah.
Basically, it's impossible to figure out until someone's dying.
Yeah. Also, rip to the Dash 2 instance that wishes that fall in love with someone, because the second you kiss them, you're gonna infect them.
That's depressing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see the video that combines SCPs and how fucked up it is.
First, thumbnail. Wait, that's the wrong one.
Alright, so the first SCP just needs to be represented by a cake. The other
Come on,
one can be
Discord.
represented by a tapeworm or child. Oh, Jesus.
Here's
The fuck is wrong with them? Four.
the thing. I had to take a little glimpse of video. That is not the stomach.
I know that's not the stomach, that's the boob.
And plus, the rest of the body is they're in famine or something. And plus, remember, the oldest is 13 to 15 years old. So they're sexualizing the child. Okay. Let's see, did they include both? They did, surprisingly. Let me double check, make sure there's not any double shit. Oh, picture of this cake from John Sullivan.
That makes sense, after all. They probably even baked the cake.
And wait. Oh no, bookworm. You probably heard me too late. Oh no. Anyways, you ready? Everyone ready?
I hope they're not racist. Okay, I'm ready.
Just want to make sure Bookworm's ready. I'm already getting my stuff. I'm ready. Alright.
Crossing my fingers, I hope they're not racist. Not racist.
And 3, 2, 1.
Blah, blah, blah. All they ever do is complain. So what if I'm fat? Isn't that my choice? Why can't they just get off my back for once and let me live my own life? It's the same story, day in, day out. I don't care if I'm stuck in this wheelchair forever. It's not like there's something great just waiting for me if I lose some weight. It'll just be the same old life.
Honey, all we're saying is that we want you to feel better about yourself. Your health is very important to us. You'd be able to go out more and enjoy more time with your friends.
Yeah, you just want your daughter to be more presentable. I'm an embarrassment to you. Isn't that it?
What? No. You're our daughter and we love you. We just want you to have the same opportunities we had at your age. Go out, see your friends, find a boyfriend.
Whatever. I don't need friends and I can
I don't know.
get around just fine on my own.
Honey, that's not what we meant.
Aisle 18, section 343. 343. Ah, this should be it. The
God damn it! Oh, god damn it.
Whoa! Hey guys, we better walk on the other side of the street. There's no space left around her.
I'd rather be fat than a mouth breather, you moron. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever.
Wow.
Hey, Mr. Bender.
Lucy, good to see you again.
Could I get a piece of the chocolate pie? What? Is it no good?
The cake's just fine, Lucy, but, your parents were in a bit earlier.
My parents?
They told me I shouldn't be serving you any more cake.
What? Jeez. Why can't they mind their own business?
I'm really sorry, Lucy.
Forget it. See you, Mr. Bender.
Bye, Lucy.
Who do they think they are? It's my life.
Why, hello there, Lucy, and how are you, dearie?
I'm good, Mrs. Winks. How are you?
Well, I'm just fine. Are you meeting your parents here?
No. Why?
Oh, nothing. It's just that they say I ain't supposed to serve you anything unless they're around.
Have they been to every
God.
sweet shop in town? Idiots!
I'm gonna comment
Now,
that no one
Lucy,
would
you
listen
might-
to parents at any point unless they were there with a kid.
Yeah.
To anyone
Hey,
listening,
Jared.
I'm sorry, but nowhere that sells any sort of food cares enough about the Miss or Mr. Karen parent to not feed your kids things because that would require them to literally like keep a picture of your kid up and go, do not serve them without their parents, and keep pictures up of the parents and specifically look at that at every time a customer comes, which I'm sorry is unrealistic. How many people would how much time would that take over time that piles up? How long? After all, if person's allowed to do that, how many other families try to do that?
Yeah.
Stupid fucking. It's not how the world. Sorry.
So
But
I didn't see a message at first, but what if she wants a girlfriend? That's true.
Tom.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Winks. Thank you
Oh
anyway.
my god.
Sorry, dear.
Can't keep to their own damn selves. It's my life and my body. Oh, hello. What's this? Well, I'll be. I found this cake. Does it belong to...
Also, why would you eat a cake surrounded by garbage?
I don't think anyone would. Unless they were desperate.
Yeah.
To anyone?
Are they saying
No?
fat people are desperate for cake and candy and nothing else?
Possibly.
Finders keepers, I guess. That was so good. What the? Okay, you can come out now. How'd you do that? Well, no point letting a good cake go to waste. Ugh, I'm stuffed.
Uh-oh.
Don't tell me you're gonna make me another cake. Might as well take you home for a snack later.
World ending cake, here we go.
Yep.
Honey, is that you?
Yeah, Dad, it's me.
Mr. Bender called. I'm sorry we had to do that, but it's for your own good.
It's fine. I'm just gonna go to my room.
Are you really sure you're okay about this?
Yeah, don't worry, Dad. I'm just kinda tired. Can I go to my room?
Well, if you're sure you're okay.
I am.
Okay then, love you.
Love you too. I know I said I'd keep you for later.
Wait, hold on. Is that a Jesus Markiplier?
Yes. So they've also used Markiplier without permission to find him with Jesus.
Just kicking in an alley. Totally not suspicious. It's a Jesus Markiplier. He is the
You for later, but better eat you now before my dad finds you.
My Lord and Savior Markiplier.
Shucks. Guess that little trick only works once, eh?
No.
Nope, give it time.
No.
Remember,
How many cakes will pop up?
Right.
What is that smell? Oh wow, that is fantastic.
Oh my god. Okay, now it's no longer to... What is going on?
What?
What is happening?
Honey, is everything okay?
Sure.
It's just that You haven't really eaten anything for weeks.
I thought that would make you happy. You keep complaining I'm a fat pig.
I never called you a pig. And yes, we're glad you're losing weight, but you don't look healthy.
What is it with you people? First you want me to lose weight, then you tell me I don't look healthy?
We're
Why do they
just
still have her have
concerned.
the fat lips? She looks like a skeleton with skin, and they still have her have the fat lips.
Yeah.
Fine. May I be excused?
Of course.
It's always one thing or another.
It's certain.
Also, wouldn't they take her to the fucking hospital?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, she's skin and bones besides this giant bulge. She could be dying.
Yeah, but at certain angles, it doesn't look like a belly. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah. It's,
I can't ever please them. What the hell? Oh god, what is that?
Honey, we heard a scream. Is everything all right? Honey?
The hell?
What the hell did you do?
I fixed the situation.
The situation didn't require fixing. I was gonna get you out.
Heard it before, Chen. If I left things up to you, I'd be 10 before I found my way out of here. Now there's no reason for me to be kept at the Foundation.
Jeez, man. You didn't need to kill her.
What's it matter? She was a D-class. That's her job. Anyway, I'm just a little baby. Can't hurt nobody. Get me sent to an orphanage and I'll consider your debt paid in full.
That's cold, man.
Just do it.
Give me a few days. Don't get any more bright ideas, you hear?
Get it done.
Oh my god.
That is terrifying.
What is this?
A 15-year-old girl.
And how do you know?
All 15-year-old girls are terrifying. That attitude,
Wow.
dating, makeup, it's all too much.
Well, this isn't exactly a...
Sexist is added on fat phobia. Nice.
Misogyny.
girl?
No? What is it then?
That's a worm. I'm serious. I am. She's a tapeworm.
Can you be serious for once?
Look at her DNA.
Oh, right. It's right here, between the green dot and the red dot.
You see it?
Of course I don't see it. I don't know how to read DNA.
Let's just go talk to her. Hi, what's your name?
You know, I can't really remember. Odd.
Where do you come from?
Around here?
Do you recall a young girl in a wheelchair?
No, should I?
Well, you were found amongst, her body parts.
Really? Ew, sorry. I've got no idea about any of that.
So you basically don't remember anything past this morning?
Yep, kinda all a blank, you know?
What?
What?
Klaus?
1 second.
Kinda important.
What is it?
Look.
That's not how it works.
The parents
Not
of
how
the
it
girl in
works.
the wheelchair brought her in. They say their daughter hadn't been eating much lately and had lost weight everywhere except around her midsection.
Okay.
So once we are out of here, in say another hour, I guess once the blood work is done, we need to find where she got the tapeworm from.
They're
What's
gonna
with the
say it
cake?
came from the cake.
Someone's birthday?
Dunno. It was just sitting on the table.
Everyone, your attention please! Where did this cake come from? And did you save a piece for me?
Right over there, boss.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that recovered from the girl's house?
No idea. It was just sitting here.
Hang on a second. Bystander reports having seen the victim in an alleyway eating a cake.
This cake.
That's it. She found the cake in a dumpster and ate it, which is what gave her the tapeworm. Oh, everyone stop eating! All of you, report to quarantine now!
That's valid.
Results in?
Yes, a little odd.
871 can't house 1003.
No, it cannot. But this is Dr. Lucius. Why do you expect them to understand that?
Oh my god. So now they're saying that 871 is a living thing now.
Yes.
Everyone's clean. No tapeworms.
If the victim didn't get it from the cake, then where did it come from?
Let's have another look at the cake. There was at least half a piece remaining.
How'd it go?
The cake tested negative for anything strange, but yet it's anomalous.
Let me guess. You eat this cake and you turn into an annoying scientist with an odd interest in Japanese games and anime?
Oh, no. That is just a gift, my dear friend. A local boy reported seeing her eating a cake from a dumpster a few weeks back.
Yuck.
So we suspect she got the tapeworm from the dumpster, and clearly that wasn't just any tapeworm.
15-year-old developed girl with no memory.
They
That
would
type
get
of
it
tapeworm?
from the dumpster.
Right.
And the cake?
It seems to multiply if not eaten.
Well, that ain't so bad.
Exponentially. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, etc.
Oh, so end of the world by cake scenario.
Exactly. So this is going to be one D-class job that they are not going to mind.
How did you get authorization for this?
Well, I didn't exactly get authorization.
Oh, great. Back to being a D-class.
What did you say?
We're gonna become D-classes after this.
Stop right there!
Whoa. Hold up, fellas. We don't want to be bothering 055 now, do we?
Kripke, you're with him?
Look, I'm just following orders.
Just following orders. That's it. That's how he got into the archives.
Who?
Remember the guy with the girlfriend who had the makeup? He infiltrated the archives and stole a file, knocking out Kripke and taking his clothes to escape. But he didn't knock you out, did he?
Smart dog.
They were in cahoots. It was a ruse to get whatever files they needed without revealing Kripke as the inside man.
Guess the cat's out of the bag now, though.
So tell me then, one thing, Kripke. What was that file about?
Not that smart after all, Doc.
Tell me!
Thought it was obvious. The file was about you.
SCP-871. Object Class, Keter. SCP-871 is a collection of 237...
What is this? Hey, Bookworm, would you like to eat this cake?
Figurines do not count as part of a cake.
I'm saying it's a part of the cake looks like a person's face.
I know.
Maybe it's this book. Alright.
7 cakes. Instances of SCP-871 vary widely in appearance and size, covering the entire range of foods.
Wait. Oh my gosh, I just realized all the cakes in the background are AI. I can tell that's AI art.
So basically, they're pro-AI. Of course they are.
Described by humans as cake. When any instance of 871 is consumed by a human or a collection of humans, it is replaced approximately 24 hours afterwards with a similar cake. If any of these cakes is substantially damaged through any means other than being eaten by a human, including being eaten by a non-human animal, it will be replaced instantaneously. Instances recreated in this manner maintain the schedule of the original instance. The mechanism by which instances of 871 are replaced is currently unknown. No deleterious effects have been observed to result from the consumption of 871, even in cases where several instances have been consumed, excepting those expectable from eating large amounts of cake. 871's danger originates in the consequences of an instance not being eaten. Any instance of 871 which is not consumed will cause a new cake to be created in its vicinity after 24 hours. While this is similar to its normal replacement behavior, the original instance will continue to exhibit the same properties, replicating if damaged and continuing to replace itself every 24 hours. As there is no known mechanism.
Was it even explained how they got the fucking tapeworm?
No, it hasn't.
Any uncontained instances could replicate exponentially, quickly becoming unmanageable. It is estimated that an uncontrolled outbreak originating with a single instance would render the Earth uninhabitable within 80 days. Each recurrence of 871 is to be maintained within a separate, locked concrete cell on a metal platter permanently affixed to the surface of an immovable wooden table. Each cell housing a reoccurrence of 871 is to be monitored on a 24-hour basis via closed-circuit camera, with individual feeds checked every 15 minutes. Upon creation of an instance of 871, 3 Class D personnel are to be escorted by armed guards to its cell, where they are to be sealed with the instance and induced to consume it. SCP-1003, Object Class, Keter. SCP-1003-1 is an adult tapeworm known for causing hydatid disease. When the eggs enter the gastrointestinal tract of a human subject, via consumption of contaminated food, they hatch into larvae, which burrow into the host.
Couldn't be in the fucking cave.
Yeah, also, that is true, Bookworm. And this is why we don't do SCPs one video, if we do, it has to be very clearly done. But this guy's not clever enough for that. That is true, Buck.
Tissue. Instead of developing into cysts, the larvae develop into creatures.
Yeah.
Which resemble human embryos, hereby designated 1003-2. 1003-2's development mostly follows a pattern of normal human prenatal development, but at a faster rate.
This SCP will get either 0 or 0.
Yeah. It's hard to get the rats in the background.
Once it has reached this stage, it will actively consume the intermediate host from within using sharp, hooked teeth. By the time it has fully consumed the intermediate host, usually after minutes.
First, that's where it would literally.
Are you okay, Jerry?
Yeah, because sure, you can eat the heart from the liver. Yeah, and then the intestines. There's nothing in between those.
Or so, it will have developed into a child.
Everything's fine.
The physical age of the child typically ranges from 10 months to 11 years, depending on the mass of the intermediate host. Though in extreme cases, where the intermediate host is morbidly obese, it can be as high as 13 to 15 years. Once -2 is finished, it will lose its hooked teeth, along with its cannibalistic tendencies. From where on, it will be functionally indistinguishable from a human in every respect, with no knowledge or memory of having been a parasite. It will even possess learned skills such as language that would be expected of a child of its apparent age, despite there being no way it could have learned them. Their only anomalous properties at this stage are that their DNA is somehow still identical to that of a tapeworm, and that their bodily fluids, including sweat and saliva, contain tapeworm protoscolex, which infect carnivores and develop into -1, thus continuing the cycle. The Foundation currently has 10 instances of -2 in its possession, all of which are held in separate, heavily guarded high-security cells at Bio Research Area 13.
Body shape and consciousness are big topics in today's culture. We all know it isn't healthy to be overweight, but that never justifies intolerance and body shaming. We all have our own battles to fight. Be kind.
As always,
this entire thing was body shaming!
And why are they in a bubble?
bubble so she couldn't infect anyone. This is
What?
stupid. Four.
Let me get rid of some links. Yeah, 4. Removal of shit.
And technically 2. They didn't add that much violence. I guess 1.
Yeah, they added less violence than the previous one. How do you take an antibody shaming message from that? That's true, Book.
Also 4, we forgot to enter the number of the thing.
Oh yeah, the
That was
thumbnail.
a 4.
Yeah, deviation from the article. Well, articles.
4.
Yeah, and yeah, so it's 15%.
They had sexism and body shaming. Woo! Not sexism, body shaming. Sexism and ableism and fat shaming.
We only have 4 left.
Oh.
We actually are getting this done a lot quicker than I thought.
Very nice.
We might actually finish it tonight.
We'll find out. 336A.
Yeah, alright. Hold on, let me get the nickname. The next SCP is 3368, aka Bees on the Brain. And it does have... It is the last long one we got. And it's also the only SCP I've had of this type of classification declassified.
I wonder what that means.
Alright.
I'll be right back. I need to poke my laundry a bit.
Yeah, that's fair. What? What's wrong? What's wrong? What did I do? I'm confused. Why are you shouting at me? What did I do? I typed in Google one of the top hits for SCP. It's a video by Profession. God damn it. Sorry, I was just scared a bit. Why? Google, why? Why, Google? Alright, we'll go in intermission while we wait for Jerry. Oh yeah, in which case... while we're waiting, I can send Bookworm the thing I posted in Discord. Let's see, right, thumbnails. Thumbnail folder, there we go, place it there, and there you go. It's right under, yeah, it was right under the link to the SCP article. Why? Why? Nice. Yeah. I'm starting to make thumbnails now. That way I can get off my ass and do things. Instead of just letting my ass in bed all day. 3 days off. I am no longer allowed to be a badass. Well, wait for Jerry. I'm just gonna test these.
Tell me how to cook the sauce, alright?
What? Alright, we're not keeping that one. I don't know. I'm confused about that one. Jerry. What's this next one, damn? Test one, test two. Oh my gosh. Too many tests. You can interact. I probably put things in there. Okay, that's funny. I'll keep that one.
Great. I think I got it. But just in case, tell me the whole thing again. I wasn't listening.
That's every stream with me. They constantly get people to repeat to me. That is me every stream.
There we go. I am back.
Oh, you're back?
Yes.
I have no soul.
What happened?
Oh, nothing. I was just playing with Tangia. Alright, are you ready for this SCP? We'll probably find out what declassified is. Alright. SCP-3368. Object class declassified. Special containment procedures. And it has SCP-3368 Arch Special Contained Procedure.log. All personnel working directly with 3368 and 3368-1 must wear Foundation-grade beekeeper suits during tests and interactions. Site-64 is to be fitted with an 3368 quarantine unit, and all instances of 3368 and 3368-1 are to be placed in this unit. In addition to quarantine management, MTF MU-PI-6 beekeepers will continue the investigation on the phenomenon that led to the infection of approximately redacted % of the human population of Earth. Uh-oh. All personnel must wear Foundation-grade beekeeper suits when outside of designated 3368 safe zones. Due to the worldwide infection, every Foundation site is to be fitted with a 3368 quarantine unit. In all instances of 3368 and 3368-1 are to be placed in these units. Foundation personnel are to be given documents on how to spot 3368 infection and are encouraged to report -1 instances to MTF MU.PI-6 beekeepers. Instances of -1 who are Foundation personnel are contractually obligated to transfer to the nearest quarantine unit and will be compensated for doing so. These individuals, furthermore, must continue working for the Foundation if able. In addition to quarantine management, MTF beekeepers will continue the investigation into the phenomenon that led to an infection of approximately redacted % of animal population of the animal population of Earth. Description: 3368 is Apis anemo, a species of honeybee that exclusively makes hives in the brains of living creatures. A finished hive displaces a large volume of the brain, but researchers have not been able to observe any statistically significant changes in the infected's personality and memory. Tests have shown that a portion of the worker bees spend the majority of their time in the hive and do not assist in food or bee production. It is currently theorized that these worker bees, dubbed mind bees, perform the tasks that were previously performed by the removed portions of the brain. 3368 displays numerous traits that allow for them to covertly and efficiently construct hives. The most notable traits are as follows. They have an average size of 1 mm, which is roughly an eighth of the size of the member of Apis florea, the dwarf honeybee, one of the smallest bees known to the non-occult world. This size allows for them to easily fit into ears canals of most animals. Their hair and shape allow for easy movement through tight spaces. In particular, tests have shown that members of 3368 can squeeze through tubes that are half a millimeter in diameter. While the wings of 3368 do produce a buzzing noise while the bees are in flight, this is below the hearing level of an average person. They possess serrated mandibles, which can easily tear through most forms of flesh. Their stinger produces an unknown substance that has been shown to have similar properties to numbing solutions and mild anesthetics. Tests have shown that roughly 50% of subjects who are informed about the presence of 3368 in their vicinity will forget this fact altogether after being stung. Due to these traits, less than 6% of the infected individuals become aware of the sudden changes in their brain's anatomy and the bees themselves. Such a person is considered to be infected by 3368 in an instance of -1. 3368 was first found through the autopsy of Wayne Goss, a former Premier of Queensland, whose death has been attributed to brain cancer. Interestingly, evidence of 3368 infection was not found in scans nor operations on his brain prior to his death, due to the frequency of brain scans of Goss and the slow process involved in 3368 infection. It is the current opinion of the research staff that Goss's medical data has been tampered with. Addendum 3368.1. All instances of all at the assistance of the O5 Council, MTF Beekeepers has been formed, whose primary mission objectives investigate links between 3368 and groups of interest who could be acting as potential saboteurs. In addition, MTF Beekeepers has a secondary objective of finding and quarantine all instances of -1. Research into the anomalous properties of 3368 is to take place under Dr. Mackenzie Bickers, noted for extensive background in bee research. Both MTF Beekeepers and the 3368 research team will report directly to O5-2. Addendum 3368.2. The 3368 research team has found that the pinkish red honey produced by 3368, noted as -2, has hallucinogenic properties when consumed. Testing by Dr. Bickers has shown that these hallucinations have a strong correlation to the memories and feelings of -1 instance that the honey was harvested from. 3368 research team will continue to research potential avenues for extracting -2 from a -1 instance without causing cessation of life. Addendum 3368.3. Extensive testing has shown that the pollen or nectar of certain flowers can temporarily alter the personality of an infected individual. Below is an abbreviated list of these flowers and their effects on -1. Which the footnote is SCP-3368 Research Team 2016, the effects of flower pollen and nectar on -1 and almanac. Alright, the species Aloe. Increased feelings of love for others, easier to persuade through appeals to emotion. Amaryllis. Increased sense of self-esteem, pride, and arrogance. When given a logic problem, subjects consistently displayed an unwillingness to consider alternative solutions brought forth by others. Chrysanthemum. Increased feelings of cheerfulness and happiness. I only know how to say that correctly because I heard it multiple times.
Chrysanthemum?
Yeah. Hyacinthioides. Increased sense of humility and kindness. Subjects displayed a willingness to help complete strangers and were more easily coerced into sharing sensitive information. Yes, there are bookworm. Anyway, Iris confusia. No changes observed.
Just so you know, another word for that, the the Haya flower thing is bluebells.
What was that?
The highly the the Haya flower thing that's hard to pronounce.
Yeah.
Another word for them is bluebells.
Oh. Yeah. All right. Uh, Lamiaceae? Increased sense of virtue. Subjects were were more unwilling to perform morally questionable tasks. Leontopodium navale. Increased feelings of courage and bravado. Subjects were more willing to head into deadly situations. Coercus. Increased levels of mental strength. Subjects completed more tests and are involved hours of intensive labor than the control group. Salvia officinalis. Increased levels of wisdom when given a problem. Subjects gather more information and consider their approach thoroughly. Salix. Increased level of sadness and depression. Subjects were less willing to perform tests and perform these tests worse than the control group. Wow, that flower just gives those flower group gives you depression. Damn.
Well, do you know what flower that is?
No.
Yeah, it's a lot easier if you get the common name. But since this is the SCP Foundation, they're going to use the name people uh, are less uh, knowledgeable about.
Yeah.
They're basically willow trees.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Saturasia. Increased sense of curiosity. Subjects display more interest in their day-to-day activities and more willing to learn new subjects and consider alternative theories. Tenesitum vulgare. Increased frequency of symptoms found in mental disorders, including but not limited to paranoia, bipolar disorder, neurosis, and schizophrenia. Jesus, I thought Salix was bad. Anyways, Tropaeolaceae. Increased feelings of patriotism. Subjects portrayed pride not only for their respective nations, but for the D-class program as well. Oh no. Addendum 3368.4. Routine psychological analyses of quarantine-1 instances have shown an increase in pro-cooperation, pro-feminist, and pro-environmental views. The video is not going to show that. Anyways, many -1 instances have also reported having nightmares and dreams involving bees. However, this has been attributed to psychological trauma involving their infection. That they will show. Anyways. Note, since 3368 can be used for mind reading and control, and since a high-ranking Australian official has been found to be infected with 3368, I have requested MTF beekeepers to analyze all high-ranking politicians and figureheads for infection. 052! Yeah. Thanks, Book. Addendum 3368.5. MTF Beekeepers has finished an analysis of high-ranking politicians' figureheads and has been found with no less than redacted percent of them are instances of -1. Notably, statistical analysis has shown that this infection ratio is much higher than the infection ratio of the world population. In addition, there has been an redacted increase in the number of missing persons, most of whom have a deep connection to the political landscape of the world. Due to their influence, living infected political members will not be quarantined or replaced, but instead studied and protected. Assigned bodyguards are to ensure that these -1 instances do not cause further infections and that they are surrounded by Irish confucia and or a sufficiently large variety of plants so as to minimize the chances to their personalities. Addendum 3368.6. Subsequent autopsies on -1 individuals who have been infected for more than a year and a half have shown that after the brain has been fully modified, 3368 will begin to expand the hive throughout the body. The long-term effects of this expansion require further investigation. Currently, all that is known about the scenario is that the honey produced from the other areas within the body does not appear to have any anomalous properties. Addendum 3368.6 Chaos Insurgency Outpost Raid Transcripts.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Keep going, I guess.
3368 Chaos Insurgency Outpost Raid 1 Video Log Transcript. Date Redacted 2016. Exploration Team MTF Beekeepers. Subject 3368. Team Lead MP6-1. Team Members MP6 1, -2, -3, -4, -5, and -6. Begin log. Site command. Connection established. MP6-1. Okay, ladies, let's do a perimeter check. Me, 2, and 3 will check the front. The rest check the back. This is our first real lead in over a year, so don't fuck this up. Everyone move out. 10 minutes pass. MP6-4. Looks like someone got here first. Back door's been kicked in. MP6-1. Roger that. Front looks clean, but looks like everyone's left on a hall. MP6-6. Permission to step inside. Granted. Video footage from -4, -5, and -6 shows 31 dead body bags packed together along a hallway. The floor and halls are covered with various forms of viscaria. There's been a fight. Multiple people here were killed in some sort of struggle and packed up. Are those the body bags filled with CI members or something else? I don't know. Why don't we find out? Hold off on that. We need to finish testing the wounds. Whoever killed them could still be around. Following a trail of blood, MP6-4 enters a large stone area strewn with various boxes and equipment. And MP6-4 and also shows the room revealed was recently the scene of a firefight. Thermal imagery also shows 2 people on your east. MP6-4 hides behind a boss. I have a visual on the 2 people. They're wearing high-tech yellow beekeeper suits. They appear to be talking. That's the most fucked up bee that I've ever seen. Video footage from MP6-6 shows that she opened a body bag and found a humanoid figure with what appears to be mandibles, antennae, yellow hair, and large black eyes. You weren't supposed to open the body bags yet. What is your tool? Get to 4th position. She might need backup. 2 and 3 with me. 5 minutes pass as -5 and -6 move behind boxes to the left and right of -4. -1, -2, and -3 are on the opposite side of the door on the other side of the room, close to the 2 unknowns. What are your orders, ma'am? We need them alive. Take out the Triceratops guns and on my mark with fire. How did you get 2 people to take out all those guys? They had help. Silence gunfire shots were heard. The entire team is paralyzed and falls to the ground. What's going on? I can't move. It'll wear off in an hour. We're the GOC Hive Collapse Strike Team. I'm Bear. It's a pleasure to meet ya. Amidst protests, the team is moved to the center of the room by an additional 4 GOC members, all in yellow suits. We have to receive the validation of their claim. Due to our terms of engagement with the GLC, we cannot offer additional aid to MTF beekeepers at this time. Shit, and what are you planning to do with us? We'll verify that you're from the Foundation, which is the only reason that the majority of you will get out of here alive. The majority? Now listen here, pal.
Honey Badger. Scan them for infection.
Honey, how dare you insinuate that we've been affected? You'd be surprised at how hard it is to detect infection. Our team lost a few members before we developed the technology. Why did you massacre all the cancer searching agents? Wouldn't you want to leave any alive for interrogation?
No, there isn't any reason to let them live anymore. They've more or less decided to let the bees take over their sad excuses of a body. There are rumors that even some of the Delta Command have been infected. Nowadays, we just kill them and get all the information that we need from their brain honey. Intel has indicated that they're the most likely culprits behind the spread of the infection. So we need as much information from them as we can get. Their pathetic ideology has made our lives real easy in some ways.
They're dead men walking. Where does that leave us? Will you be harvesting our brains as well?
No, my supervisors made it clear to avoid pestering the Foundation when possible. Honey badgers, which ones have been infected?
There's 3, sir. 3 gunshots are heard. The fuck? I'll kill you!
Explain yourself. Those 3 were infected and had to be terminated. Given your outfits, I don't think you realize just how infectious the bees are.
So you killed them? They weren't zombies. They were still themselves.
Get the cleanup crew, Raccoon. I don't want to see a speck of blood here.
Looks at MTF MPU Beekeeper -6.
That may be true, but given enough time, they will stick out like sore thumbs, all the while becoming ample targets for your enemies to hunt down.
That doesn't excuse your actions.
Listen, little lady. If it wasn't for an intervention, your entire damn site would be overrun with those things. Maybe if you spent a little more time thinking with that noggin of yours, you would realize that you 3 aren't the only ones to have lost people to this thing.
Oh, you can fuck right off. What's gonna happen to us? Nothing. You're free to go as soon as you can move again.
Alright, enough talk. We need to clean up and move to our next location.
End log.
Dark.
Yep. Addendum 3368.8. Per protocol, the Foundation issued a formal request for an apology to the GOC due to the loss of personnel at their hands. 3 days following this request, Foundation operators obtained several packages from the GOC, which contained blueprints for paratechnology related to 3368, as well as a small collection of fully built versions. Most notable are the yellow suits. Yellow suits offer protection from head to toe, are complete with indoor facilities such as insulation, air conditioning, and have been explicitly made to never be removed. Of particular interest to the 3368 research team are the bee trackers, scanning devices which, according to GOC documentation, can find and track 3368 with 99.9% precision. In addition to this is a note from D.C.L. Fine, which has been scanned and logged. GOC missive sent an SCP Foundation MTF Beekeepers Leader -1 and the L5 Council. 2 MTF Beekeepers -6 and their supervisors. The Global Occult Coalition High Command has received word that our Hive Collapse Strike Team has claimed 3 lives of your task force. Certainly these lives were taken with a heavy heart and cold purpose. The only known cure for this infection is death, and this infection is taking over the world at an unprecedented rate. The Foundation will note that these are not only lives that we have taken in this manner, as many as our own have fallen to this disease. To stop this infection from spreading, the Global Occult Coalition will do what needs to be done, no matter the cost. To this end, the Global Coalition has derived a simple ultimatum for field organizations. The infected members are to be purged regardless of their status as friend or foe. To prevent these situations from arising in the future, we will extend our hand and offer the Foundation our paratechnology. It is both our interest that the Foundation takes care of their own. Finally, and most importantly, many of our divisions have taken notice of Foundation activity around the affected members of the non-paranormal political elite. Due to the risk of a broken masquerade, the Global Occult Coalition shall not interfere with these activities at this time. However, as an act of good faith, we cordially request an exchange of information. The Global Coalition asks that the Foundation offers all information it has on these members of society as well as infection in general. In return, the Global Coalition will offer its own research as well as a steady supply of paratechnology until this issue is resolved. Yours sincerely, D.C.Alfine. Under Secretary General D.C.Alfine, United Nations Global Coalition. Transcript log of 05 Council meeting on redacted 2016. Subject: GOC request regarding 3368. 051. The next item on today's agenda deals with D.C.Alfine's proposal regarding the base infection. Arguments for support would go first. 0510. I support the use of GOC intelligence. There's a lot of information GOC has withheld from us. This alliance will make up for good opportunity to learn more about their paratechnology. 054. I support an alliance with the GOC. It could provide us with a foothold in the future dealings with them. 059. I support Alfine's proposition because of the alternative. The Foundation could not afford to fight with the GOC. Furthermore, I go as a line. We all want to stop the infection from spreading. 052. I from my support as well. I don't appreciate that what the GOC did to the beekeepers, but we should take the steps needed to make sure they won't do it again. I don't want any more Foundation personnel to be lost from poor containment procedures. 1 minute passes. If there are no more arguments in support, then it is time to hear from the opposition. 056. I oppose the very idea of the GOC alliance, as Alfine mentioned in her apology. We have to take care of our own. The GOC has their own ideology and agenda, and I believe to be incompatible with the Foundation's. Instead, the GOC's help in matters to set a terrible precedent. 058. I also oppose the position. Foundation should not rely on technology, especially if it isn't developed in-house. 057. I do not propose receiving help from the GOC, but I do oppose aiding them. The Foundation maintains a lot of information and is kept under lock and key. We should not risk the release of any of our secrets for a problem as small as this one. 1 minute passes. If there are no more arguments to be made, then the voting shall begin. Vote in favor of the GOC Alliance to prevent the spread of Thursday 68. Support 6. From 052, 054, 055, 059, 0510, and 0511. Oppose 5 members. 051, 053, 056, 057, 058. And thank you again, SCePtember. Abstain 2. 2 members. 0512 and 0513. Motion passes. 056. Very well. I will request my own with regards to this SCP. I truly believe that the GOC has made full of us and that the appropriate response is an extreme and crisp and special containment procedures. Y'all should have received a copy of the day or two ago. My fellow colleagues have shown me some numbers, and I believe that we can make these changes. By spring of 2017, I voted in support of them to better protect our people from infection. And of course, there are other arguments in support. 5-2.
I will support these changes so long as MTF beekeepers and a 3368 research team receive the required manpower and resources to accommodate them. If it isn't already obvious to the rest of the council, I will approve any change that decreases the chances of MTF beekeepers becoming infected. 059. I offer my support as well, given recent events. I'm certain that the infection is spreading throughout the Foundation as we speak. It must be stopped by any means. 0511. While these new special containment procedures are being these bees pose significant risk to the Foundation's ability to keep secrets under lock and key. As such, I must vote in support. 1 minute passes. 055. I vehemently oppose these changes. They're far too severe, and nobody's going to want a beekeeper suit 24/7. 053. I agree with 055. These changes will also introduce unethical situations that will involve discrimination of -1 instances. These individuals still retain their memories and personality. An ethics committee case should result from this. 0512. I oppose 056's proposal based on its cost alone. I have crunched the numbers and they tell me that while we can't afford this, it will reduce our emergency fund significantly. I believe that more research is required to come up with a more cost-effective solution. 1 minute passes. Alright, I think enough has been said here. Let's vote. Vote in favor of increased special containment procedures for SCP-3368. Support 7 members: 051, 052, 056, 057, 058, 059, and 0511. Oppose 6 members: 053, 054, 055, 0510, 0512, 0513. Abstain 0. Motion passes. Addendum 3368.9. In the spring of 2017, the leader of MTF Beekeepers and a 3368 research team met with 052 in her garden for the first of many monthly status meetings. 052. Hello, Yuto. I'm glad you could find this time to come out here. MP6-1. Yes, it's good. It is finally night. It is nice to finally meet you in person. Dr. Bickers. Did you do that yourself? Well, not all of it. I do spend most of my time here. I find the gardening helps me think. It's quite impressive. Lots of flowers here. Thank you, Miss McKinsey. How is your team research going? Good to have some other researchers within the Foundation. We've come up with a Foundation variant of the GOC yellow suits. These new Foundation-grade beacon suits have so far passed that test. However, we're still having some trouble understanding the science behind the GOC B-tracker's functionality. That is unfortunate, but understandable. For now, we'll just have to keep those beekeeper suits on real tight. What about your research project into reversing the infection? That is not going. We're still in our early stages for that. I see. Let us suggest the elephant in the room. Darva, have you taken to the nose? Well, the note from the DC outline was as far from an apology as one could get. The least we could do is slap their wrist. Well, apparently, we're going to join forces with them. Did I read that member correctly? You did. The Old Five Council as a whole believes that collaboration with the DLC is the preferred option. They have a variety of resources at their disposal that they have offered to us. And what they ask for us is jump change when you consider the alternative. Then what are the odd people? Yes, that is one thing we wish to avoid.
With these types of global issues, there's a saying that if you don't handle the situation yourself, someone else will handle it for you. Given their long history of incursions, it seems to me that they desperately want to be that someone else. Honestly, what does that totally wrong thing? I think we'll do as I've done before, only with more caution and a greater sphere of influence. Now then, let's get down to business. Redacted. Addendum 3368-10. The following personal diary entries belonging to infected Foundation personnel were found and noted during routine inspection. Routine inspector redacted has since been reprimanded. Personal log entry number 883. Today marks the first month of 056 tyrannical rule. I'm only half joking here. Scientific process has been greatly hampered by these dumb suits. We're forced to wear them at all times while outside of a handful of safe zones. Rumor has it that some sites are starting to use D-class personnel to gather food and supplies now to avoid arousing suspicion. There has to be a security risk involved there, but 052 won't hear it. The only times that I can leave the site is to visit her for a monthly status meeting. I never thought I'd be so pleased to see the old lady in my life. Work on the Foundation Grade B trackers is slow. Not that I care. I gave the product to one of my subordinates. What really interests me is reversing the damn infection altogether. If we could do that, then there'll be no need for these stupid suits. McKinsey. July 18th, 2017. Uncle Ben says that there's more power comes more responsibility. All I see is more responsibility now. These past 2 weeks, I went to Spain, France, the UK, Belgium, the Netherlands, and then Germany. I spent the entire time shouting orders and requests at my team. The affected politicians are still sitting and acting all pretty, so there's that. During my stay, we collected some 100 odd human-1 instances as well. Immigrants, as I call them. I hope that we're treating them better than the GOC would have. I really do. With so little time on my hands, though, I can only hope. It doesn't help that the in-house trackers that we're using are bad at their jobs. I have to start running them by people twice in order to catch false negatives. Since when did the Foundation tech become dumb as shit? We also collected more animals than I could count, mostly pigeons. There were so many that the majority had to be incinerated. We just don't have the resources to save them all, and I told my staff to prioritize keeping the immigrants safe and happy. I recently caught wind from a GSC official that Hive Collapse executed another 145 people, 127 of which were Chaos Insurgency operatives. I asked if the remaining 18 were civilians or GOC personnel, but they didn't answer. Darva. Personal log entry number 923. I wish these suits didn't have name tags. I burned through so many D-class personnel that everyone started to give me dirty looks. I can see it through their stupid helmets. Those damn brain hives are so fragile. Every time you kill one of those memory bees, the patient loses a memory. How am I supposed to take information from the bees? How am I supposed to transfer it back to the patient? How am I supposed to do any of this without killing the patient? Perhaps this anomaly can only be reversed with other anomalies. McKinsey. September 13th, 2017. I had the displeasure of running into Bear today. He immediately tried to scan me. That bastard. I punched him in the face. Then I had 2 of my women restrain him while I scanned him. He didn't really struggle. I guess he was trying to act high and mighty or something. Dumbass. Darva. Personal log entry 948. It took an entire month for the 05 Council to approve cross-testing with other SCPs. What even took them so long? All the 05 Council had to do was vote on it. I hate being stuck in a bureaucratic limbo. 052 tried to sway me from using SCPs, but whatever. Removing this infection either requires extensive brain surgery, the likes that no one has seen before, or a straight-up miracle cure. Constructing the latter is merely more time efficient given our resources. I've tried a couple of SCPs so far, but the results were undesirable. I have a whole bunch of other combinations left though. I'm sure there's at least one of them will work. I like to say that everyone's gotten used to the suits, but the atmosphere around here is a lot darker than the usual shade of gray that I'm used to. I learned a week ago or so that a couple of my coworkers were quarantined. No one important, just minor acquaintances, really. Still, I wonder what they did to get themselves infected. McKinsey. October 2nd, 2017. I went through a lot of Africa last month, and I'm going to go through a lot more of Africa this month. Those damn flights to O5's monthly meeting really don't do me any favors. Why does management always need so many damn status updates? A few of the politicians have been pretty sour. They keep yakking on about how they don't like their every move monitored and so forth. Of course they don't. No one does. But that's the kind of situation we're in, I tell them. They didn't act well to that, but so it goes. Things are going to get real bad soon. Based on our information, politicians will start developing noticeable mutations before the year's out. We managed to cover most of them up with hats, trench coats, operations, and the like, but there's only so much you can do even with plastic surgery. I just want to see my family again. Darva. Personal log entry number 963. I read a few hundred potential candidates for infection reversal and performed dozens of cross tests. A lot of these SCPs are just nonsensical, a bunch of completely useless things that serve no purpose other than to drive scientists mad and cause containment breaches. I may have caused one or two of those, 3 tops. This line of work is starting to get to me. Nothing seems to work, and the infection is an extremely advanced phenomenon. It's like I'm trying to find a cure for cancer, and all I have to work with is a first aid kit and a wardrobe full of knives, sporks, and colony routines. At least I'm not the only one who hasn't produced results, though. No one has been able to truly replicate the bee trackers with Foundation tech. I can only assume that they can't be replicated due to their aversion to the paranormal. They're still using crappy in-house trackers because of it. Infection inspectors have to run them by a person 3 to 5 times to catch false negatives. Speaking of which, some idiots on my research team went and got themselves infected. That's just typical. Can't trust anyone but yourself around here anymore. Too much stupid in the air. McKinsey. November 23rd, 2017. Happy Thanksgiving. Instead of enjoying my time with my family, I'm in Yemen. My tour across the Middle East has been unfortunate. A lot of people here had to be quarantined. Politicians have been acting up as well, threatening to break the masquerade or throw Aurea at us. Which is, let me double check, is a group of interests. Organization for Reclamation of Islamic Artifacts. There we go. If they did that, then we would really be in trouble. The GOC would probably throw a fit and torch the place, or maybe we'd have to pull the trigger. I hope not. I told 052 about this. She said she would bring it up with the rest of the council. Hopefully they come up with a resolution to this before it becomes a real problem. There's one piece of good news I have to mention. Apparently, word has it that Bear finally got himself infected. Don't know how it happened, and I don't care. Either way, he is good as dead, which is fine enough with me. Darva. Personal log 1033. An entire year and a half has passed me by, and I'm no closer to a solution. Every single one of my anomalous combinations has failed. Some of them fail within expected parameters. Others have nearly cost my life. Most of them killed a patient, and all of them have cost me my dignity. I even got permission to try SCP-500, and it didn't do shit. How is that even possible? To make matters worse, the infection rate has increased within these past months. What the hell is Starvik doing? What the hell am I doing? I just scanned myself. It shows positive for infection. They'll be on me in a minute now. I'll be able to continue my research in quarantine. But what's even the point? I'm so fucking useless. McKinsey. January 22nd, 2018. My worst fear is coming true. Not one, but multiple politicians have lost it and spoke up against the Foundation on national television. I've had it up here with those damn prudes. They could have aired out their issues with us through more diplomatic methods instead of running their mouth. I don't know what future will hold, but if any of these politicians are serious, this means war. Potentially an occult war, which would be catastrophic. I don't want to see my loved ones killed or jailed because some dumb bee that we can't even see. I just want to see my damn family again. I have a plan. Everyone in the cult world knows that the safest place on Earth is beyond Foundation bars, right? My next stop is in Infernal World Tour is close enough to my house. We're bound to find some infected individuals here. And when we do, I'll redact it. Darva. Addendums 3368.11 to 30.33. Events transpiring between addendums .11 and .33. Notice, events in this area pertaining to 3368 can only be passed down to those necessary clearance by the O5 Council member. It is absolutely essential for your job. You may petition requests for this information using this form. I don't want to be alone, which is something else. Anyways. Addendum 3368.34, the O5 Council met on Redacted 2022 to discuss the future of 3368 and -1 individuals. Transcript log of O5 Council meeting on Redacted 2022. Subject O52, proposal regarding 3368. O51. The next topic of our agenda is O52's proposal. O56. This is the most brain dead plan I've ever seen. 058. It goes against everything the Foundation is. 052. These are valid plots, however. Laughter. However, there is no longer a problem that ideals can solve. Masquerade blog. 8. Redacted. And Foundation's personnel are either behind our own bars or dead. 0511. So what's this supposed to give and let the entire Earth become infected in some sort of HBO-apocalypse scenario? 054. I still can't believe that we added that scenario to the list. No, and listen here, the bee people still retain their memories and personality. They're still human. 055. Yes, they can be controlled and manipulated. Their memories can be outright stolen. That's a huge security risk that you're overlooking. My research team has developed techniques to prevent personality alteration and memory stealing. Reread your paper, darn it. Are your techniques economically efficient? Because we'd have to dose the entire planet. The techniques could use a little more funding. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, 05-2. Well, my arguments for support are clearly listed in the proposal. Surely I'm not the only one here who sees the need for us to reverse direction. You're not. I've been talking with the ethics committee chairman recently, and apparently they're about to vote on some anti-discrimination rights for the bee people. The kind that could put us in hot water. Potentially, even if it has a morale. Morale is down the toilet. We've had a large number of riots and brain drains over the past few years, and there's nothing to indicate that they'll stop. Our treatment of the bee people have been ruining our image with most of the other GOIs. At this rate, our only ally will be the GOC, and have been in significant trouble recently. Personally, I believe that we should have gone through the proposal a long time ago. Aside from our current election being unethical, how are we supposed to survive the future when we don't offer bee people the same benefits as everyone else? A good chunk of the best of our class being taken by GOI simply because of their anomalies. This leaves the reason for support, cost. I took a look at the data and we have not made a significant decrease in infection rate. Furthermore, financially, we are on the shelf in comparison to our former selves from 5 years ago. At this point, it'll be more cost-effective to make humanity's transformation occur smoothly. I repeat myself, so are we supposed to just give up? Has no one tried to develop an antidote, or wiping the slate clean? Only on the research team was left by one vacancy because her attempts to reverse the infection resulted in numerous containment breaches, deaths at her own permanent residence, and a psychological ward when she finally lost her mind. Okay, and one scientist failed to step up to the plate. This hasn't stopped us before. That's like saying we should have stopped developing improvements to the Scranton reality anchors just because what happened to Dr. Scranton. I'm certain that there's a scientific solution to this. They are all just too reluctant to find it. I agree with you on this one.
058. However, finding a cure for 3368 could take decades of resources, which could be better used for more deadly SCPs.
You assume it will take decades of resources, 052 or 0512. But you can't say that, you won't know for sure.
Well,
What about the militaristic approach of wiping the slate clean? The GOC has had excellent results using this approach in the past. With all due respect, the GOC is in an even worse position than we are. But the personnel haven't lost it to the chaos institute, they lost in their own hands. They used to be comprised of 108 occult organizations, but now the number is just 77, one of which was wiped out completely.
Ah, yes, I read about that. The Bavarian Illuminati was never the brightest of organizations. Now listen here, we don't do what we do because it's easy. We frequently come under foundation to destroy lives and world resources, and we do it for the sake of normalcy.
F51, you act as though this is some sort of end-of-the-world scenario when it's more of a LK class change of species scenario.
Let's look at the word. Genetically psychedelic changes only occur after an infection. Last rate of 2 people is technically still a normal human, but a first few weeks, maybe a few decades. This scenario should occur, however.
30 seconds pass. Then what if it's just an AS class normalcy alteration scenario?
Yes, that sounds about right. The scenario is also for non-anomalous, like the rise of the internet or the industrial revolution.
But it could make an exception. Sure, why not? We'll make an exception for like gosh darn principles.
It's like one of these issues is pretty divided on. Perhaps we should just vote instead of arguing for next hour.
It's a significant decision, 055, if it's not going to be settled in an hour.
I know it's a significant decision, that's why I'm not going to be settled for decades to come. I have an addendum that I would like to add to your proposal, 052. In the event that your proposal comes to pass, we must offer facilities and harbor remnants of non-bee persons, both live specimens and machines that are able to produce non-anomalous humans. We will put these peoples with SCP-2000. This is a precautionary move in case your mistake costs us not only our sanity but our humanity as well.
If that's the case, I'd be willing to move to that area, anything to get me away from those bees.
That's fine with me. Any complaints with this addendum? 30 seconds pass. Doesn't look like it. Does anyone have anything meaningful to add? 30 seconds pass. Then let's get this over with.
Vote in favor of 05-2's proposal for 3368. Support 6 members. 2, 052, 053, 054, 059, 0510, 0512. Oppose 5 members. 051, 056, 058, 0511, 0513. Abstain 2, 055, 057. Motion passes. Addendum 3368.35. The Ethics Committee met on redacted 2022 in a landmark vote approved by a series of anti-discrimination rights to be applied to 2-1's personnel. The committee document can be found in the nearest HR department. Okay, thanks. Addendum 3368.36. Declassification of 3368 was approved by the 05 Council unredacted. The physical containment procedures are to be considered null and void. An object class is to be declassified. The majority of the information in the description is considered to be out of date and is referable to consult a local library for current information on 3368. This document will remain untouched for historical reasons, and due to sensitive information pertaining to the Foundation, it is not to be released to the public without 05 approval. Improper release of this information is to be considered grounds for termination. And as you can see, attacks by bees. Addendum 3368.b. Which is the b.log. The woman woke up from her nap. She had been dreaming about the bees again. In her dreams, there were so many bees, and in her mind there weren't enough bees. She decided the love that she had
for bees could be found throughout her very being. She had bees in her fingers, bees in her steps, bees in her heart, a buzz in her ears, and bees up her nose. Bees crawled under her skin and swarmed through her blood, but she did not mind, for she had bees on her brain. She could have bees on your brain too. When she first discovered her new friends, she was afraid, and she thought herself alone in the other world with her illness. She had heard what happened to others through the same what happened to herself. To her relief, she kept her sense of self. She did, however, become the host of many new friends, her children that were smarter than you think. Through the memories and dreams she had made every day, this original space her children had immediately devoured, she had learned to control her newfound power. What started with a simple thought to spread an hour thinking of a flower, that ended with her being seen as the Queen of Queens. As one awoke from a slumber, as she had awoken just now, they found her kind and put them in a bind. Back then she cared not for them, her colleagues, her work, her friends, her family, or even herself. There was only one thing that she cared for in the entire world. Go to perish, she knew. The reports of the future despair were all over the news. Stop the foretold offense from happening. She had to act. The queens sacrificed many things to keep her garden intact. O5-2 adjusted her disguise. Spring is going to be beautiful this year. Wait. Was 052 infected?
Yep!
Oh my god. Alright.
And the spring is going to be beautiful this year leads to what if people were bees?
Yep. Alright. We ready to see a thumbnail?
Oh, and adjust her guys 180.
Oh. Like I say, you ready to see a thumbnail?
SCP-180 appears hat or wear or accessory. Oh, those who wear it will have their identity stolen by the hat. Oh, it causes them to be unrecognized.
Oh, that's the cap of neglect. It took me a moment.
Oh.
8% M4. Yep. Hey, Jerry, you want to go look at the thumbnail?
Sure. I'm sure it's horrifying. 4. It's sexist and like they haven't read the thing at all.
And thankfully, that was the longest SCP we'll be reading with this one. All the other ones are really short. You ready?
Sure.
Wait, did I put the thumbnail away? Yes, I did. Alright, in 3, 2, 1.
The future of this country and the whole world depends on us joining hands and fighting against these perpetrators of our planet. They steal, exploit, and plunder the Earth's natural resources for what? For personal gain, greed, and power. If we don't step up to them, no one will. Our time to fight is now. We must defend our planet. To all the politicians and company executives who only care about profits, how dare you?
What the fuck?
Did you see it?
Can you zoom in and clear it up a bit?
Of course.
Wow, that looks like a hive structure.
Indeed it is. Shared intelligence by GOC, no less, has forced us to look into this matter more deeply.
The GOC? Really?
Surprising, I know. This is how potentially dangerous they consider the situation. The source is a tiny 1mm honeybee.
1mm?
Yes, which is why it's so hard to detect and control. They enter the brain and start to create a hive, eventually spreading throughout the body.
What happens to the infected person mentally?
Nothing.
Nothing?
They retain their personality and memories. As far as we can tell, they eat parts of the brain and replace it with bees, which house those memories.
Amazing. Where are we off to?
Amsterdam.
The Netherlands. Why?
There's a certain district which seems to be spreading the infection alarmingly fast.
Wait, I thought Amsterdam was in Germany.
What?
I thought Amsterdam was in Germany.
Let me look it up.
Jesus, Greta Thunberg. So the woke is just being infected by bees.
Amsterdam is in the Netherlands. Not sure why you thought it was Germany.
Oh, because I see people talk on YouTube saying, yeah, we're going to Amsterdam, Germany. Like, okay, so they don't even know where the fuck they're going.
Are you shocked?
No. Anyways.
We'll do our best. Oh, did you perchance happen to find any information on the other issue?
I haven't yet, no. But rest assured, I will look further into 055.
I appreciate it. Lucius doesn't seem to know much about the current 055.
Of course not. His authority was severely limited after the incident.
Incident?
None of your concern. Proceed to Amsterdam and keep us updated.
Is this
on your
052?
findings.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, 052.
Oh, yes.
Vacation.
For the third time.
Does that
No.
mean he's taking orders from the Queen Bee?
Work, vacation, they go together. I've never been to Amsterdam.
Me neither.
But I thought you were from there.
What? Why?
Because your dad. He was German.
And?
He spoke Dutch, and Dutch is what they speak in Amsterdam.
I am so confused. What are you talking about?
Dutch. Germans speak Dutch. Aren't we going to Germany?
It already racism and said exactly
I'm
what I
sorry,
said.
I think I sighed into.
Deutsch, you idiot. Germans speak Deutsch. Dutch speak the Dutch.
Oh, okay. Tomato, tomato. Vacation's a vacation.
Work.
Yep, that's what I said. Taking a nap. See you on the ground. Hey, this place is pretty nice.
It is, right? See that shop over there?
Yeah?
It's all legal here.
For real? Should we?
Well, no. Of course not. Maybe. After we're
My God.
through here, though.
So, tell me a bit about this case.
What was that?
Teeny tiny bees infect your
The
brain
last
and
thing
build a
I saw
hive.
was on the
Great.
plane, and then it froze for a long time for me,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and then it skipped forward. I think Discord is just flooping up. I think it's just Discord.
Oh no. You want me to continue?
Can you close Discord and reopen it quick? Just the chat, just the voice chat.
It wouldn't let me leave voice chat for a few seconds.
What?
Yeah, I was just sitting here. I hit the disconnect. I could not hit disconnect anymore. And I was just sitting there.
What?
Yeah. Alright, are you ready to continue?
So weird. Yeah. Can you rewind it a
Just-
little? Yeah, there we go.
Hey, this place is pretty nice.
It is, right? See that shop over there?
Yeah?
It's all legal here.
For real? Should we?
Well, no. Of course not. Maybe. After we're through here.
Oh my
though.
God.
So, tell me a bit about this case.
Teeny tiny bees infect your brain and build a hive.
Great. Just great. And where do we find these things?
That's the fun part. You'll see tonight, my dear Chen.
Whenever you say, my dear Chen, I get worried.
They're not wearing the
See,
suits.
what were you
Oh
worried about?
my
Well,
god.
This definitely wasn't what I was expecting.
Did they
It's called
specifically-
De Wallen, the Walls. It's the red light district of Amsterdam.
It's the red light
We're gonna
district.
Spread some sort of viral contagion. Where would be the best place?
I feel like
Exactly.
this is either
So you're
anti-sex worker or sexist or both.
It's both.
job is to find a suspect and
Oh my gosh.
interrogate.
It's the Lisa girl before.
I feel like stabbing them.
Her.
Interrogate her?
Remember
Trying to
that
find
was the
someone
same body
infected.
they used for the short Latino woman.
Yeah.
Basically, to conduct experiments and investigate on.
The things I do for the Foundation.
Hi there.
Oh, hi.
Have you ever been to Devalin before?
First time.
Well, why don't you come inside? Tonight can be a night of many firsts.
Well, why not? I'm on vacation.
Make yourself comfortable. I'm just going to set the lighting a bit and take some of these uncomfortable clothes off.
You got it.
I feel very uncomfortable.
You ready, baby?
I hope so.
Why is he wearing a mask? What? Stupid. This is stupid.
Morning, Doc.
Could you keep it down?
What happened to you last night?
Let's just say I made some new friends and they know how to have a good time.
Well done. Working
Wow.
hard as always.
How'd you make out?
Well, while you were drinking Amsterdam Dry, I found a bee.
You did?
Yes, sir.
And where is it?
Already handed over to the local agents. She's anesthetized and loaded onto the plane.
Well done, Chen. Well done.
Someone had to get the job done. Now, about that shop.
Oh my god.
I did you a favor. You know what would happen if you flew home with that stuff? It's illegal there.
You said we'd have a chance to try some before leaving.
Well, priorities changed.
More like you're too hungover and just want to sleep it off on the plane.
Either way, get some sleep.
It's 11 a.m. in the morning.
Well, I'm going to get some sleep then.
Tough being the responsible one all the time.
Yeah.
Damn, Klaus is cheating on Chen.
What
out there?
is that?
Beekeeper suits. Mandatory anytime someone comes into this wing.
Wait, so why'd you let me find her without any protection?
Oh, well, you had to blend in.
Did you just risk my brain to catch a bee?
Look, considering the chances, the odds, and the importance of the whole operation, I'm much too valuable, especially my brain. Yours, well, I figure it's relatively unused, so a small loss if you get infected.
I think all those drinks damaged a couple of your brain cells.
That is an interesting specimen you have for me today.
Yeah, sort of a half-human, half-bee thing. Could you have a quick look through her memories and see if you can
Also,
find
you
anything?
shouldn't be able to see the bees.
Sure. Won't you be staying?
I've got to rush back to 052 to update her on the situation.
All right, then.
Thanks again, Pythia.
So you managed to find a specimen?
Yes, from the little that we were able to ascertain, Shen might just have found the original host or close to it.
Why do you think that?
Her face has already turned half bee, which I understand to mean that she was quite far along in her procession to being a full bee, or whatever the final stages are.
That would seem about right. Well done then.
Everything...
It hurts.
Fine, fine. Continue your experiments and keep me abreast.
Of course, ma'am.
I kind of get the feeling from the article that 052 might have been either not like the original one, but might have been close.
I think from the article suggested she.
What was that, Jerry? You got cut off.
I feel like it suggested she was the originator, the queen of the queens.
So yeah, which means no, they did not catch the original.
How's it going?
Fascinating, actually.
Pythia wanted me to tell you she found nothing out of the ordinary.
Really? Huh. Then perhaps she wasn't the original host.
Well, she did say the memories was somewhat scattered and hard to search.
That would be because of all the thousands or millions of bees housing her memories. She might not have been able to locate the memories accurately.
She did say something along those lines, yeah. So, what have you found?
Well, I've tried feeding the bees from different flowers. Depending on the plant, it seems to affect her mood and personality to some degree.
Have you had her awake?
Yes, just for testing, and then I knock her out again.
Nice.
There's also this.
Ew, what is that?
Seems to be honey.
Brain honey.
Yeah, wanna try some?
Don't even think about it.
So the only thing we haven't really looked further into at this time is the honey.
I would avoid that, Klaus. Could be poisonous. I'm sure it's just a byproduct anyway.
What?
Nonetheless, it does require further experimentation, but that's not my main concern.
And what is?
How was this not spread sooner? It's a potential outbreak scenario, yet up to this point, it doesn't seem to have spread until the Amsterdam incident.
What are you insinuating, Doctor?
That this was intentional. Someone released this in a highly populated, intimate area on purpose.
Just who do you suspect?
That I have no idea about. Another faction, a genius madman. I've given orders for containment in Amsterdam and to eliminate all possible infections. The GOC is on the case as well, and besides sharing information, they've also provided us with bee trackers.
What? You gave this order without my permission?
I assumed you would have agreed, ma'am. Was I wrong?
No, of course not. Well done, Dr. Klaus. If you would please excuse me, I have a meeting to attend.
Of course, ma'am. Something isn't adding up. Why did 052 seem to hesitate to contain Amsterdam? Why did this beepocalypse suddenly begin out of nowhere? Someone must be behind this.
Why does he not know
time to take one for the team?
Foundation doesn't get along with the G.
Oh my god. I don't know, Jerry.
Did he just take the brain honey?
Yep. And we're about to see the memories.
You ready, honey?
Sure.
It was her all along. She took control of the investigation to keep us close and divert suspicion when necessary.
Where are we going?
Overseer Council.
Okay, I'm out.
Listen, it was 052, the gardener, all along. She released the bees in Amsterdam. She's kept us on a short leash to make sure we wouldn't ruin her plans. 052, I know it was you.
Ah, Dr. Claus. Finally we meet.
Who are you?
05-5, or as you know me, Cyrus.
Cyrus.
Please excuse us for now. We'll be discussing your insubordination and lack of respect for the chain of command later. Now, if you don't mind, the Queen and myself have other matters to attend to.
She 052 is good for her.
SCP-3368. Object class,
The
Keter.
more they make
Declassified.
up their own foundation, the more it pisses
Yeah.
SCP-3368 is Apis anemo, a species of honeybee that exclusively makes hives in the brains of living creatures. A finished hive displaces a large volume of the brain, but researchers have not been able to observe any statistically significant changes in the infected's personality and memory. Tests have shown that a portion of the worker bees spend the majority of their time in the hive and do not assist in food or bee production. It is currently theorized that these worker bees, dubbed mind bees, perform the tasks that were previously performed by the removed portions of the brain. 3368 displays numerous
This is a
traits
different bee anomaly that they're showing.
Yes, it is.
that allow for them to covertly and efficiently construct hives. They have an average size of 1 millimeter. Their hair and shape allow
If
for
I remember that one correctly, the one they were showing is the one where the bees use the entire body as the hive and slowly kill the host.
That's right. I forgot to mention. I remember clicking on that yellow note thing before. I don't know why I didn't mention it. Yeah, some of those red links lead to the other bee anomalies. If I remember correctly. So this bee anomaly is connected to other bee anomalies.
Well,
in a way.
I don't think that was one of the anomalies that it led to.
True. Yeah.
So
easy
I don't think
movement
it's
through
connected. It's not connected.
Right.
tight spaces. While the wings of 3368 do produce a buzzing noise while the bees are in flight, this is below the hearing level of the average person. They possess serrated mandibles which can easily tear through most forms of flesh. Their stinger produces an unknown substance that has been shown to have similar properties to numbing solutions and mild amnestics. The 3368 research team has found that the pinkish red honey produced by 3368, noted as 3368-2, has hallucinogenic properties when consumed. Testing has shown that these hallucinations have a strong correlation to the memories and feelings of 3368-1 instance that the honey was harvested from. Extensive testing has shown that the pollen or nectar of certain flowers can temporarily alter the personality of an infected individual. Routine psychological analysis of quarantine 33681 instances have shown an increase in pro-cooperation, pro-feminist, and pro-environmental views. Subsequent autopsies on 3368-1 individuals who have been infected for more than a year and a half have shown that after the brain has been fully modified, 3368 will begin to expand the hive throughout the body.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Wait, where does
Be
it say it will
careful
expand
who you
it
put your trust
more
in.
through the body?
As
No, I did not mean to do that. God damn it. Fuck off.
Did I miss that part?
See, searching finished place electrifying your brain. Just having it, blah blah. Certain order to time I do it, blah blah. Infection is not found in operation. Through that addendums. The suspension of after the brain is fully modified, 3368 will begin to expand the hive throughout the body. Yes.
Oh.
Anyways, let's get this over with, because we can actually... When I got off work this morning, I actually slept way longer than I was supposed to. I ate like a big breakfast, slept from like 9 to 6 p.m. So I'm super wired. So we can finish. Easily finish, because that starts short. Yeah. Alright, so, removal character / license, 4.
Yeah.
Added gore or violence.
Somehow 4.
Yeah. Deviate from the plot of the article. 4. Searching is incorrect.
Oh.
But it is only left up as historical evidence. True. What was that, Jerry?
Sorry, it was just me inwardly fuming.
Only 1 minute of video / resistance 4. Do we even have to talk about the sex scene stuff? Do we even have to discuss that? Oops, I did not mean to do that.
We do not need to. Oh, 0. I'm not actually surprised.
0%.
Also, I'm just going to say, I only suggested 4 because I feel like speaking of sex workers was a type of violence against women, if that makes sense.
And also, Jerry, you get the easiest SCP to read. SCP-173, aka the statue.
Everyone knows the statue, and I'm sure there's other statue-related material, but I'm not going to. SCP-173, Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, Item 173, to be kept locked in a locked container at all times. When personnel container, no fewer than 3 may enter at a time, and the 3 locked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with 173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. Moved to Site 19. 19 is as of yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar with of Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is an animate and extremely hostile. The object can while with a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter container are instructed to alert one another before entering. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe Class 4 hazardous object containment procedures. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials are unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. Also, I think there used to be like a conversation that was on here that was.
Well, it says last edited on August 22nd, 2024.
Fair enough.
How will he mess this up? But I'm not already gonna mess it up. I can tell you.
I'm going to call this now. I bet they're going to have SCP-1 that we are not allowed to use anymore.
Yes, Bookworm, if you're not aware, the original art of SCP-173, it was art taken without the artist's permission. They said it was fine to keep on the site as long as you don't sell its depiction as a monetary gain. People did it, so they removed it, and yet they put it in the thumbnail.
The picture is inaccurate for multiple reasons. One is it is depicting the look that I believe is the look we cannot go by anymore. Also, that is not how the inside of the SCP looks.
Yeah. See, that was a very quick, description. Oh, shit, what the fuck is this? I don't know, but I think we're all.
They gave a statue made of concrete and metal internal organs because that's what concrete and metal looks like.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So, yeah, now you fully understand why this is bad.
Yes, Bookworm, they somehow managed to mess up an SCP that is literally loosely based off golems from
Wait.
Jewish folklore.
Oh, shit! They put it down. It's made by Wesley Williams. However, if you go down to 173, it is created by Moto42.
messed up.
They put the wrong person. But anyways, are you ready?
Yep.
And Bookworm, are you ready?
Bookworm, are you ready to see how inaccurate they get about simple SCP?
Yep.
Just remember, it's loosely based on Golem that was seen by anyone and everyone.
Yeah.
It's just made of stone, metal, and paint. Not stone, but concrete, which is stone. Concrete, metal, and paint. Spray paint.
I think I just got realized they're starting to get worse and worse the further they get closer to the last one. Oh, you can't even say shit. But are you ready, Book? Yep. All right. Let's go. In 3, 2, 1. Oh no. They're gonna be. Why is there an anime woman in the Spanish area?
Please don't be racist. Please don't be racist. Please don't be racist. Please don't be racist.
I don't know Spanish. And I hope this is copyright free. Wait, hold on. Is the bar called Titty Twister but with 2 eyes instead of 2 T's?
Yeah.
How come the men are all white, but everyone else isn't? Like all the women are.
Well, I will say if they're in Spain, or Mexico, or whatever speaking country they're in, we don't know. We don't know what Spanish speaking country they're in, so I guess I can't even finish.
Yeah.
Might even just be in a bar in the United States. Oh! What?
Is this Chen's past?
Okay. He's in the titty twist Spanish speaking country drinking. Okay.
Okay.
You got any manners?
What did you say?
You bump into someone, you say sorry.
Oh, yeah? And suppose I don't?
Then you and me got a problem.
Seems like we do. Let's take this outside.
This is as good a place as any, dead man.
Well, well, well. Reckon I've seen you before. Always in some kind of trouble.
Oh yeah? Can't say you look familiar. At all. And I've seen my fair share of cops.
You probably know some of my brothers then. Got me a fair few
Oh my
brothers
God.
and sisters on the force. We're a bit special.
You can say that again.
Don't be smart now, boy. James Chen.
How do you know my name?
Got your ID right here, tough guy. Well, 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 would you look at this? Seems you're a popular one. APB out for you. Ex-member of the Triad? What's a Triad?
It's a boy band.
No police officer
Probably too young for
would
you.
ask, what is a
Funny
triad?
guy.
What the fuck?
That's like asking, what's the mafia? That's like asking, what is... Never mind.
Yeah.
Let's see how funny you are after a night in jail.
This is your fault.
My
Even
fault?
if the triad
Who
is
bumped?
in mostly China, I feel like it would be very stupid to have any cop say, "What is the triad?"
Into who?
Look, I couldn't care less how this started, but I got a record. And I ain't going back to jail 'cause of some drunk.
I ain't exactly an angel either, alright? This is gonna be bad. For both of us.
Yeah.
Looks like it's you boys' lucky day. You're going with him.
The heck we are. Who is that?
Gentlemen, my name is Dr. Kloss.
My
I
god, it is the
represent
past.
a government agency looking for recruits. You both are wanted felons. Third strike. You won't be getting out. Ever.
This is a great pitch so far, Doc. What you offering?
Oh, you're mistaken. This isn't an offer. I'm telling you what's happening. You're meat. And the foundation I work for is the Grinder. You no longer exist.
Who do you think you are?
Bag 'em and get 'em on site. 2 new D classes for testing.
Oh my god.
Pass me the scalpel.
Here you go, Doc.
You've proven to be quite helpful, D6926. Keep this up and maybe I can get you a TV or something.
I know your tricks. I'll get that TV, but it'll take another 6 months to earn a DVD to watch on it.
Smart man, Chen. Smart man. We've got a breach. Get back to your cell. Chen, help me!
Damn it.
Oh! The old man? What?
Yeah, 106.
Breach in Sector 13. Kloss's lab. 106 is materialized.
Still that long.
He's gone again. Send medics. Dr. Kloss is hurt. You okay?
That is
Yeah,
not how the old man
I think
acts.
so.
Yeah.
Maybe torn up.
They would both go in a dimension. Plus, SCP-106.
Like to get him away. That wouldn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, and plus 106 is strong enough to take them both in and beat the shit out of them, despite their body.
Yeah.
Hard for a second there.
For a moment, I was.
Thanks for changing your mind.
Don't worry about it, Doc.
New Orders D6926. Lucky guy. You've pulled 173 duty. Make sure you've got some eye drops with you.
Thanks, Chuckles. I'll just think about your mom. That should keep the tears flowing.
Funny. Nice knowing you, Chen. D-Class, your relief is here. Remember, walk slowly backwards out.
Oh
the
my
door,
gosh,
keeping
they
your eyes
drew
on
the actual 173 in the
Relief team,
video.
Walk slowly in as they come out.
The
Do
one
not
that
bump
is
into them.
there
Keep your
is
eyes on
illegal
173.
It's illegal to show, so.
Yeah, Bookworm, they're doing the legal thing in the video.
So before you release this on YouTube, thing.
I'll probably put like a black wherever 173 is shown. I'll probably put like the censor bar up because I know how to. I know how to put that on there.
Nice.
In Adobe Premiere, it's a pain in the ass, but I know how to do it.
3 at all times.
Better than breaking the
Remember
law,
to announce
which
when
they
you
don't
go.
seem to care about.
Oh my gosh! And use the original picture right here too.
Ugh. They're probably using the original little chat log that used to be attached to the story where a bunch of people went in and they all died.
Yeah.
Because one person blinked without permission.
Bookworm's message. And this is how I met your father, Klaus, to his and Chen's kids.
Going to blink. Only one of you blinks at a time. Shift change now. Good luck, ladies. See you in 3 hours. If you make it.
This is bull. This thing isn't that quick. It's all stories to freak us out. Shut up and follow the orders. To hell with the orders. Guess what? I just blinked and nothing happened. Stop that, you idiot. You're gonna get us all killed. Whatever, you believe what you want, but I ain't gonna announce nothing. Follow the orders before I rip your eyelids off. Prove it, tough guy.
Both you idiots stop before you get us all killed. Damn it! Hey, keep your eyes on 173. I'll get help.
It's too late. It's gonna kill us.
Calm down. We'll be fine if you just... Oh, man. I need some help in here. Come on. Mind over matter. Come on. Come on. Can't keep them open.
Very lucky, D6926.
What?
Chen, if those agents hadn't shown up at that exact second, you wouldn't have much of a head. Not that...
Oh.
No, but I made this little device myself. Should keep your neck intact. The only side effect, localized electromagnetic isolation. Shouldn't cause you any problems unless you put a phone or some other electronic device nearby it. They just won't work. Small price to pay. And this will take care of the past. Welcome back, Agent Chen. How you feeling?
My neck hurts like hell, but otherwise okay.
Glad to have you back, Agent Chen.
Agent?
You've suffered some memory loss.
I have? I can't really remember anything.
Don't worry. It'll come back in time. Best way to jog that memory? Get straight back to work. Come with me. This here almost killed me.
Can't remember that.
No, you wouldn't. Your amnesia seems quite severe. I just wanted to show you...
Why they have two of the same MTF cars next to each other? And she what? Of course.
What we've discovered since your attack. It's mostly rebar and concrete, but what we couldn't see on the previous scans was that it has some human-like internal organs.
It doesn't.
Made up of construction material.
Wow, that's pretty odd.
Indeed.
It doesn't.
Unfortunately, this
Sorry, gaslighting Chen into thinking he was an agent the whole time. Yes.
It still kills when not looked directly at.
And that's what happened to me.
Right. Anyway, an agent will take you back to your quarters. Get some rest. You have a long road to recovery ahead of you.
That is quite the story, Chen.
It's the truth.
Why don't you tell Klaus you can remember?
Listen, you promised you'd keep this secret.
I'm merely asking a question.
Fine. I don't know. Maybe the time isn't right. I'm not sure what he'd do. I can't go back to being a D-class.
Your secret's safe with me, Chen. As I assume Lucius and my secret is safe with you?
I've got your back, as long as you've got mine.
Very good. I still think you should tell him, but the choice is yours.
I'll think about it, but for now, I've got work to do.
The baby?
He's not a baby. Don't forget that.
Of course. Though I dislike the idea of murder, I must admit, a more perfect ending to such a beginning, I can hardly imagine.
Poetic justice.
Smart guy. Where are we going?
Just keep it down. I told you. I've got a way to set you free.
You being pretty vague about that.
The less you know, the better. In a few minutes, it'll be done. You'll be a free... baby.
You better not double-cross me, Chen. You owe me. I've kept your secret.
Yeah. We're here.
What the hell is this?
You and me had quite the ride. From that night in the bar, the fight, to being D-class.
You getting sentimental on me? At least you made it out, agent. Now's my turn. We doing this or what?
Yeah, we're doing this.
Oh my god. They're using Unity's version now.
You promised, Chen. You promised.
I'm keeping my promise. In 3 hours, there'll be a shift change. One of the agents has been told to take you out with the waste after cleaning the cell. You'll be dumped outside the Foundation.
What's the catch?
The catch? You can't blink until then.
I can't what?
Good luck, old friend.
Chen! Chen!
Some secrets are better left untold. SCP-173.
Oh my gosh, now we're back to
Object
using the
class,
original one.
Euclid. Moved to Site 19, 1993.
Now
Origin is of yet
hold on, I'm going back a minute. Let me see. This is the actual map from SCP Containment Breach.
Yep.
And they just placed it, they just drew people on there.
93. Origin is of yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar, with traces of Krylon brand spray paints. SCP-173
Oh my
is
gosh.
animate and extremely hostile.
This
The
173
object cannot
again.
move while within direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with 173. Personnel assigned to enter container are instructed to alert one another before
We
blinking.
don't like. Yeah.
Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull or by strangulation. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. 173 is
so I'm not sure why it's listing it separately.
Yeah.
kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter 173's
Oh my God.
container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the doors to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye
I don't
contact
know.
with 173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container.
Keeping secrets is a slippery slope. Once you've told one, it just gets easier and easier to continue. But
What?
the deeper you get, the harder it is to climb back out.
What?
As always, have a care and remember to subscribe.
What do they mean, keeping secrets is a slippery slope? What the fuck does that mean? Literally everyone has secrets by accident because you don't tell your life story to people.
So here's the thing: we don't have characters, but they put the wrong license, so it's a 4. All right, added gore or violence.
They didn't add any violence, but they also killed a child.
Maybe like a 1. Because it was like really quick, and we didn't actually get to see the death.
I guess 0.
Yeah, sure. Alright, deviates from the plot of the article. Yes.
4.
Yeah.
4.
Yeah. So it has a 20%. The highest one tonight.
Huzzah.
Now I'm back to reading.
I feel guilty because you have the longest ones for the night.
I mean, it's more fair that I get to read the longer ones.
That's fair. Last time we were doing this, I read. Oh Jesus! It kept going and going.
Yeah. Alright, the next one is A Dream's Nightmare. AKA SCP-2245. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2245-1 is to be held in a standard biological containment cell at Site-66. -1's cage should be cleaned of hair and any waste matter twice weekly. -1 should be provided with fresh water daily. Enrichment items, such as colorful balls and rings, are to be placed in -1's cell to promote activity and alleviate boredom. -1 is to be inspected by Foundation veterinarians twice a month. A minimum of 1 cot is to be ready and placed in -1's cell nightly. Once per night, a minimum of 1 D-Class personnel must sleep in the containment chamber. If it is deemed that -1 requires a larger feeding, the number of D-Class used may be increased by the overseeing researcher's discretion. D-Class may be informed of 2245's beneficial effects in order to promote cooperation. Yeah, it does. No subjects may sleep within 7 meters of -1 after having been exposed to an anomaly connected to REM sleep, sleep patterns, sleep phases, or dreams due to the possibility of cross-contamination. Description: SCP-2245-1 is a 2-meter-long quadrupedal mammal with dark brown hair. -1 possesses several traits found in other animals, including a prehensile trunk, tusk, retractable claws on the front and rear limbs, large circular ears, and a long thin tail with hair at the end. -1's esophagus and digestive system do not seem to be equipped for the consumption of most conventional foods, with water being the only dietary item consumed by -1. Despite not displaying sapient qualities, -1 is highly intelligent, scoring a 65 out of 73 on a QPSI scale. And the footnote is, for more information, QPSI's fate, please refer to the Hall's Star World test for quantified problem-solving intelligence and sentience. Yeah, I understand that fully. Anyways.
No, you don't. Neither of us do. For quantified problem-solving intelligence and sentience.
Yeah.
Hall's Drowwell. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah. Anyways, the entity has predominantly demonstrated positive and playful reactions towards researchers when unprovoked. Entity displays protective behavior towards sleeping humans, with the effect being more pronounced for children under the age of 13. SCP-1's anomalous effects manifest when a human subject enters REM sleep while within approximately 5 meters of -1. Rather than enter REM sleep, the subject will enter a previously undiscovered phase of sleep, which will be referred as -2. While in -2, a subject will experience a lack of any form of dreams. After awakening, subjects have reported feeling extremely well rested, even more so than after experiencing conventional REM sleep. Long-term continued exposure to -2 has shown us cause a slight decrease in long-term memory ability, problem-solving ability, and mental acuteness of subjects. Subjects afflicted with with sleep deprivation, that's me, and recurring nightmares have shown 99.7% decrease in symptoms after exposure to -2. Thank you again, SCePtember, for banning someone. Anyways, did you find out anything out, Jerry, before I continue?
Hall's Drowwell's thing, that is referencing an article.
Ah. Okay.
So, a research paper, a scientific research.
Gotcha. While a human subject is experiencing -2, -1 activates a second anomaly. While the process is not fully understood, -1 begins a process similar to digestion. The process seems to be linked to the human brainwaves formed in -2 and causes the materialization of standard nutrients and waste products in the entity's digestive tract. Addendum 1. Long-term effects of SCP-2245 exposure, Test A. Redacted. Subject D-4356. Procedure D-4356 will spend 6 nights of the week experiencing -2, with the 7th night serving the study of the effects that prolonged use of -2 has on sleep patterns. Site rotation of D-4356 is to be suspended during testing. Results: Days 1 through 6. Standard 2245 effects. Day 7. D-4356 reported that all dreams experienced contain a prominent character or characters showing signs of unease or agitation. Days 8 through 13. Standard 2245 effects. Day 14. D-4356 claims that all entities in his dreams show signs of intense fear or anger. D-4356 claims to have been confronted by several of these entities, all of whom accuse him of aiding a beast or monster. Days 15 to 20. 2245 generates a larger than regular amount of nutrients during its feedings. Day 21. D-4356 shows signs of agitation and asks to be exposed to 2245 that night. Request denied. D-4356 claims to have experienced only disturbing dreams. D-4356 also claims to have been repeatedly assaulted by in-dream entities. Days 22 to 27. 2245 generates a larger than regular amount of nutrients during its feedings. Day 28. D-4356 shows signs of severe distress, repeatedly requesting to be exposed to 2245. Request denied. D-4356 remains awake through the night. Day 29. D-4356 tranquilized for 9 hours. After waking up, D-4356 refused to cooperate with researchers or carry out experimental procedures. Day 30. D-4356 tranquilized for 9 hours. After waking up, D-4356 still refused to cooperate with researchers or carry out experimental procedures. Experiment aborted. D-4356 scheduled for determination. Addendum 2. On redacted, all security cameras in 2245-1's containment cell simultaneously experienced power failure. Upon entry in the containment chamber, security personnel discovered -1 unconscious and D-34515, who was being exposed to -2 at the time, dead. Later veterinary examination revealed minor bruising and lacerations in -1's mouth and throat. Medical examination revealed that D-34515 expired due to the rupture of several blood vessels in the brain. The following note was found on the floor of -1's containment cell and is addressed to senior researcher, redacted, head of 2245 experimentation. Bless you. Anyways. Ma'am, redacted. We wish to bring to your attention the hazard that has been interfering in continuing business relations. Over the past several years, hazardous obstacles have prevented the delivery of our products to certain customers in areas under your jurisdiction. In the past, our shipment managers are able to circumvent the problem through the redirection of shipments. Recently, however, the number of customers who have not been reached due to these hazardous materials has decreased, along with the frequency of obstructions. Attempts to reach customers have resulted in damages to unreliable collective employees and property. If your organization elects to not to move or destroy the hazardous materials in question, we will be forced to suspend shipments and take legal action. Charges that may be levied against you include loss of life, loss of property, causing emotional distress, damaging property, improper storage of harmless substances or entities, interfering with business transactions, obstruction, or traffic. We have sent you this warning in advance in an attempt to improve business relations. Only the drastic measures are required. Sincerely, Oswald Dust. One collective entities resources. SCP-2245 experimentation has been halted until further notice. And that's it. I like the name of who wrote it. Hot Cocoa Nerd.
I believe they based this SCP off the Dream Eating Yokai.
What did you say?
I believe they based this SCP off the Dream Eating Yokai.
Ah. Anyways, Buckle get to see a thumbnail first, and Jerry, you're about to reawaken some old trauma with a certain video game I had you sit on. You remember this game?
I'm going to show you something.
Do you remember the game?
I remember the game. I just want to show you something.
Okay. Why am I getting a feeling it's something bad?
It's not something bad.
But anyways, it's a 4. When was the last time where the thumbnail wasn't a 4?
Look
378.
in the side chat.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, that thing.
Yes, a Baku. If you look at the physical description they show, yeah, it sounds like a variation.
Since Bookworm's also judging it along with us, I'm sending them the pictures too. There you go. That's what the creature's supposed to look like. Now watch it be a Garten of Banban character.
Yeah, if you read the description and then think of a Baku, it's exactly like a Baku. Just a brown Baku.
Oh my gosh, they didn't even... They put it as Garten of Banban SCP.
Did you remember to mark a 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so it is... It is... They do have the license correct this time. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Alright. And 3, 2, 1. Oh wait, the volume's not at the correct level. Sorry about that. And 3, 2, 1.
Banban, are you there?
Oh my god.
Hello?
Oh, hi. I need your help. You need to trust me. I also want to find the children, but we need to be careful. There's others here who aren't on our side.
Okay, if you say so. So, what's the plan? How do I find the children?
How can you find the children when you're one of them?
I'm one of... okay. What's going on here?
Run, now. Banbalina comes for you.
Banana ballerina? What now? Oh no! How am I supposed to run? I can't even walk! Banban! Banban! Hang on. Where am I? Whoa! Oh, right. Hey, morning.
So that's what they drew as the anomaly.
Not how it looks, but sure.
Totally forgot we were running this
Why did
experiment.
they add fire to its tail?
I don't know.
Morning, Doc. How'd you sleep?
Really good, actually.
Both the yokai and
Until
the
I woke up and saw.
not have the tail fire.
Yeah. I don't understand it either, Jerry.
That.
Any dreams?
As the report from the last facility stated, none. I felt like I dreamt, but I can't remember a thing. He must have eaten them.
That sounds likely, and from the looks of it, he's about to crap them out. Let's get out of here.
Good morning, boys. You're in rather early.
Doc here has been experimenting on himself again.
More of the SCP than just that.
No.
Don't say that. Let's keep going.
Oh no, nothing too dangerous, I hope.
Nah, it's been in captivity for a while. Just transferred here last week. It's Euclid, and not dangerous.
What's it do?
Eat your dreams.
Okay, that can be dangerous.
How so?
Well, back in my day, we had the Oneroi, Spirit of Dreams. I'm sure they wouldn't take kindly to others invading their territory.
Interesting. But I doubt my little old dreams matter much to them.
Don't be too sure. Anyway, how can I be of assistance?
As this SCP takes your dreams, it leaves you waking up with no recollection of them. I want to have a look at what they took and see if there's anything anomalous or strange going on.
So you want me to check on your missing dreams?
If you wouldn't mind.
Come closer then. Close
What
your
the
eyes.
fuck?
Relax
No, we're going
your
back to go in the
mind,
Garden of
and
Bandman
let me
again.
see what secrets you hold.
Prepare for anime and other nerdy stuff.
Do you want to wait outside?
Sorry, ma'am.
That's better. Now give me a moment. Well, that's odd.
What do you find?
Nothing, Klaus?
So, all the dreams are gone? No trace? Just vanished?
Yes, it's just blank.
I was afraid of that. Thea, gonna need you to read something else. Chen, get the bucket.
You can't be serious.
What the
It's not
fuck?
as gross as it seems.
That is literal poop.
Yeah, but it's dream poop.
You took this from the SCP?
Yeah, so the theory
Did they just
is
make up
that
dream
it
poop
digests
for
the
this
dreams
specifically?
and,
Yes.
well, poops them out.
You want me to read poop?
Pretty, please?
Ugh, sometimes I wonder if it's worth it working with you two. Give me a moment.
And how'd it go?
You play way too many games.
Called it. Anime weeb stuff again.
It didn't look Japanese. Some creatures named Banban and Banbalina.
Oh, Garten of Banban.
You even dream about games?
I played it just before bed. It's really kind of interesting. It's about...
It is not.
Stop.
Yeah,
It is not.
so
It is
nothing
racing
that
these
stood
days.
out, strange or anomalous.
It was Play-Doh looking characters. A baby, well, you, and other weird stuff. Does that count?
Unfortunately, no. That's just part of the game. Thanks, Pythia.
You're welcome. And next time you bring me something's poop, at least seal it up.
Something's poop. Pythia, you're a genius. Thank you.
What?
Klaus, that's a ridiculously dangerous plan. You know how lucky you are that Cyrus hasn't locked you up already?
Look, if we execute this perfectly, there's no reason he should ever know.
That's a big if.
I only need you to help create the diversion. I'll handle the rest. You won't be implicated if it goes wrong.
That's not what I'm worried about. If it backfires, you'll have given Cyrus all the ammunition he needs to have you demoted. Or worse.
It won't go wrong. Trust me. 8 p.m.?
Fine then. 8 p.m.
What?
Good evening, Agent Chen. Uh-huh. Everything well? Mm-hmm. How's work treating you? Mm-hmm. Can you act more natural? Anyway, have a nice evening.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Agent Chen, how did you get in here?
Temporary reassignment. Helping out with security this week.
I hadn't heard about that.
Just a change of scenery, you know?
Okay, sir.
Why don't you, get a coffee? I'll keep an eye on things.
Are you sure, sir?
Relax. Everything's secure. Go take 5.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know.
Good work, Jen.
Has less and less to do with SCP
Also,
and more to do with the made-up version of the...
also, here's the thing. There are some safe class SCPs that are dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, it's
I mean,
labeled
this
as...
isn't one of them, but... I mean, technically it could swipe its paw at you, but it doesn't sound like the type to swipe it.
Yeah. Alright, let's keep going.
What's escaped?
We're not sure, sir, but protocol requires a full lockdown and all O5s must be secured.
I'm fine. I don't need to be locked up.
The facility is under automatic lockdown for at least 12 hours.
Fine. Advise me at once as soon as the site is secured.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. My plan is coming to fruition.
Can you knock it off for 1 second? We could get in big trouble for this.
Sheesh, no sense of adventure. Come on. Okay, bring it into the room next to his.
My God.
Are you sure this fella can read dreams through a wall?
It's not the material that matters, just distance. Within 5 meters, you'll eat your dreams like a vanilla waffle.
Is that good or bad?
Good. Vanilla waffles are amazing.
All right, let's get out of here.
Finally.
Sorry to keep you waiting. 055, situation is resolved.
And what was it?
Seems to have been a system malfunction. Sector 5 of the safe zone released its inhabitants.
Have they all been rounded up and secured?
Yes, sir. Did you sleep all right?
I slept just fine. Back to work, Agent.
Yes, sir.
What in the fuck?
Oh no.
Look, it's in a sealed baggie this time.
That's not much better. Whose dreams is it this time?
Cyrus.
Cyrus? Are you mad?
He doesn't know a thing. Trust me. Just give me a reading on this, please.
You seem to be trying your best to get demoted. Bring it here. Did I ever tell you why Lucius was demoted? The incident many years ago?
052 mentioned an incident with Lucius, but I had no idea it involved you.
It was a long time ago. Well, before your time. In those days, I sometimes left my containment. With Lucius, you see. Unlike most SCPs, I'm contained by choice. There is little of my world left, and this containment allows me a tiny bit of it. Anyway, Lucius and I had a heated argument. I left, and in my anger, I didn't see what was nearby. The GOC had been watching me and attempted to drug and capture me. In my rage, I lost control. A great many people perished that day, and that is why I don't leave containment anymore.
What?
Lucius was blamed for taking me out of the Foundation. His status and position were permanently damaged.
What?
He could have left, but he stayed on. For me.
I'm sorry. I had no idea.
It's ancient history now. But I told you our story because of what I saw in Cyrus's dream.
What do you mean?
Love can blind people from reality, even make them do wild, evil things in the name of love. Cyrus and 052 are together. He dreams of a utopia with her as queen, and the world populated with hybrid humans. He does it for her. He is blinded by their dream and love.
Oh my
of all,
God.
He truly believes what he does is for the good of mankind.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Precisely. There's more. Another threat.
Another?
The Oneroi. They are a relic of my time. Greek spirits of dreams. I warned you before. They are unhappy with your SCP. It's a Baku. It eats the dreams that they also require. They are against you. If you cannot appeal to them, they could reveal all we've learned.
There's only one thing for it. I need to dream again.
Are you sure about this, Doc?
I've got to speak to the Oneroi. Make a pact with them before they reveal everything to Cyrus or anyone else.
All right. Well, good luck then.
Good night. Jen? Thea?
You are the one responsible for stealing dreams.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You will fix this, or we will.
I'll take the Baku back into its cell and only feed it one dream a night. Will that be enough?
That will suffice, but do not feed it more again.
I promise.
A pact is reached.
What?
Did it work?
Indeed it did, Dr. Claus. Lock him up. He has much to answer for.
This is stupid.
Yes, it is.
So stupid. Considering the added violence, the
SCP-2245.
nonsense with getting the SCP wrong and everything else, how about we just mark everything 4?
I kind of want to see where they go with it, though.
Oh, okay.
Object Class, Euclid. 2245-1 is a 2-meter
See if
long
they keep adding more
quadrupedal
Garten of
mammal
Bang
with
Bang
dark
shit.
brown hair. 2245-1 possesses several traits found in other animals,
Why are they
including a
acting like
prehensile trunk,
2 meters is short?
Yeah.
tusks, retractable claws on front and rear limbs, large, circular ears, and a long, thin tail with hair at the end. 22451's esophagus and digestive system do not seem to be equipped for the consumption of most conventional foods, with water being the only dietary item
Well,
consumed.
that makes more sense.
2 meat is just over 6.5 feet. So yeah, they're treating it like it's a tiny dolphin.
45-1. 2245-1's anomalous effects manifest when a human subject enters REM sleep, while within approximately 5 meters of 2245-1. Rather than enter REM sleep, the subject will enter a previously undiscovered phase of sleep, 2245-2. While in -2, a subject will experience a lack of any form of dreams. After awakening, subjects have reported feeling extremely well rested, even more so than after experiencing conventional REM sleep. Long-term, continued exposure to 2245-2 has shown to cause a slight decrease in the long-term memory ability, problem-solving ability, and mental acuteness of subjects. Subjects afflicted with sleep deprivation and recurring nightmares have shown a 99.7% decrease in symptoms after exposure to 2245-2. While a human subject is experiencing -2, -1 activates a second anomaly. While the process is not fully understood, -1 begins a process similar to digestion. The process seems to be linked to the human brainwaves formed in -2 and causes the materialization of standard nutrients and waste products in the entity's digestive tract. -1 is to be held in a standard biological containment cell at Site 66. -1's cage should be cleaned of hair and any waste matter twice weekly. -1 should be provided with fresh water daily. Enrichment items such as colorful balls and rings are to be placed in -1's cell to promote activity and alleviate boredom. -1 is to be inspected by Foundation veterinarians twice a month. A minimum of 1 cot is to be ready to be placed in -1's cell nightly. Once per night, a minimum of 1 D-Class personnel must sleep in the containment chamber. If it is deemed that -1 requires a larger feeding, the number of D-Class used may be increased at the overseeing researcher's discretion. D-Class may be informed of 2245's beneficial effects in order to promote cooperation.
Dreams elevate us and help us reach the impossible. But consider the cost, sacrifice, and path that you must venture forth to reach them. Are they worth it?
As always, have a
Removal of characters / lights.
4.
Added gore or violence.
4, somehow. They were doing so good.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Deviates from the plot of the article.
4.
Only meant to be a / offensiveness.
4.
And we're back to 0. We only have 1 left, Jiri. And technically, since there's a bunch of audio calls, you don't have to read as much.
That is nice.
Yeah, it's 049, aka the Plague Doctor.
We've read it before, and we can...
We actually didn't read. I think we just... Yeah, we said everyone knows who they are, and we just immediately went to the video.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we didn't read it before. I don't know why we did.
Everyone know who 04 is, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't. That
Yeah.
would be like not reading Mallow, but Mallow is. Which, to be fair, I'm positive even more people know about Mallow due to the amount of furries horny over them.
The porn is strong in this one. I'm sorry.
And people draw a lot of porn of 049 for fucking reason too. SCP-049, Object Class Special Containment Procedures. SCP-049 is contained within a standard secure humanoid containment cell in Research Sector 02 at Site-19. SCP-049 must be sedated before any attempts to transport it. During transport, the Doctor must be secured with a Class 3 humanoid restriction harness, including a locking collar and extension restraints, and monitored by no fewer than 2 armed guards. I'm not going to say its number every single second that they say it, so I'm just, yeah.
You just say doctor.
While the Doctor is generally cooperative with most Foundation personnel, outbursts or sudden changes in behavior are met with elevated force. Under no circumstances should any personnel come in direct contact with SCP-049 during these outbursts. In the event that SCP-049 became aggressive, the application of lavender has been shown to produce a calming effect on the entity. Once calmed, the Doctor generally becomes compliant and will return to containment with little resistance. In order to facilitate ongoing containment of the Doctor, the entity will be provided with the corpse of a recently deceased animal, typically a bovine or other large animal, once every 2 weeks or for study. Corpses become Corpses that become the instances of -2 are to be removed from the Doctor's containment cell and incinerated. SCP-049 is no longer subjects, and requests for human subjects are to be denied. Temporary Containment Procedure Update, see Addendum 049 .3 per Containment Committee Order 049.S19.17.1. The Doctor is no longer permitted to interact directly with any members of the Foundation staff, nor is it to be provided any additional equipment to be used in its surgeries. This order shall persist indefinitely time a consensus regarding the ongoing containment of the Doctor can be reached. Description: SCP-049 is a human 1.9 meters in height that's tall, which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor, while wearing thick robes and ceramic masks indicative of the profession. The garments instead seem to have grown out of SCP-049's body over time. The robes and gloves are identical, thick hide built up on the skin, while the mask is composed of a kind of chitlin growing out of the bones of the face, and are now clearly indistinguishable beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, the Doctor does have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath this outer layer. SCP-049 is capable of speech in a variety of languages, though tends to prefer English or French. The entity claims to have originated in 15th century French, though admits that it is particularly well traveled. While the Doctor is generally cordial staff, it can be especially irritated or at times outright aggressive if it feels that it is in presence of what it calls the pestilence. Although the exact nature of this pestilence is known to the researchers, it is of immense concern to the Doctor. The Doctor will become hostile with individuals it sees as being affected by the pestilence and having to be restrained should it encounter such. If left unchecked, the Doctor will generally attempt to individual and is capable of causing all biological organisms to cease through direct skin How this occurs is currently unknown. The victims have invariably been inconclusive. The doctor has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek them to perform a crude surgery on the corpse using implements contained within a black doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times. The space within the bag is seemingly anomaly large, as the doctor has observed pulling objects larger than the bag itself from within it in order to operate on deceased subjects. While these surgeries are not always successful, they often result in the creation of instances SCP-049-2. -2 instances are reanimated by the doctor. These instances do not retain functions, having basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, are moving very little, and are generally in a generally ambulatory fat. Am I saying it right?
I think so.
Okay. Ambulatory fashion, extremely aggressive if corrected by the doctor. -2 instances express active biological functions, though these are vastly different from currently understood in human psychology. Despite these alterations, the doctor often remarks that subjects have cured. Addendum 049.1 Discovery. The doctor was discovered during the investigation of his appearances in the town of Taban in southern France. During a raid of a local home, investigators found instances of -2 as well as the doctor. While enforcement personnel engaged in hostile 02 instances, the doctor was noted as watching the engagement and taking notes in its journal. After all the -2 instances were dispatched, the doctor willingly entered the Foundation city. Following interview was conducted by Dr. Initial investigation.
Alright, everyone ready to hear the audio log? Alright, Jerry, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I think everyone's ready. Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Alors, comment devrions-nous commencer une introduction?
Is that French? Can we get a translator?
The King's English. No need for translation, sir. I can speak it well enough.
Good. My name is Dr. Raymond Ham, and I...
Ah, a doctor. A like-minded individual, no doubt. Wherein is your speciality, sir?
Cryptobiology. Why?
A medical man, such as myself. Wonders abound. And here, I worried I had been abducted by common street thugs. This place, then, this is your laboratory. I had wondered, as clean as it is, and with such little trace of the pestilence here.
The pestilence? What do you mean?
The scourge. The great dying. Come now, you know what is it they call it? No matter. The pestilence, yes. It abounds outside these walls, you know. So many have succumbed, and many more will continue to, until such time as a perfect cure can be developed. Fortunately, I am very close. It is my duty in life to rid the world of it, you see. The cure to end all cures.
When you say the great dying, are you talking about the bubonic plague?
I don't know what that is.
I see. Right, well, the entities our agents encountered at the house, they were dead when you encountered them, yes? You reanimated them.
In a manner of speaking, you see things too simply, Doctor. Expand your horizons. Life and death. sickness, and health. These are amateur terms for amateur physicians. There is only one ailment that exists in the world of men, and that is the pestilence, and nothing else. Make no mistake, they were very ill. All of them.
You think you cured those people?
Indeed. My cure is most effective.
But the things we recovered were not human.
Yes, well, it is not a perfect cure, but that will come with time and further experimentation. I have spent a lifetime developing my methods, Dr. Ham, and will spend a lifetime more if necessary. Now, we have wasted too much time. There is work to do. I will require a laboratory of my own, one where I can continue my research unimpeded. And assistance, of course, though I can provide those on my own. In time.
Oh, I don't think our organization would be willing to...
Nonsense. We are all men of science. Fetch your coat and show me to my quarters, Doctor. Our work begins now.
Yeah, I'm so happy to re-listen to these because it's the Vulcan who's 049.
It's very nice to listen to because it's so well done. And I know these are old recordings,
Yeah.
but they're really well done, and it's very nice to hear. And 049's personality comes out very well.
Yeah.
Things of him in question, but he is definitely very pushy about, even if you don't know why or what he actually believes in.
Yep. Right.
Interviewer's note: while SCP-049 is capable of communicating in a very strange sense of unease that one experiences when in its presence, make no mistake, there is something very uncanny about this entity indeed. Additionally, we've confiscated that pointed stick that the doctor keeps waving around. Part of this was due to standard confiscation protocols for the possession of anomalies, in part because the doctor really swinging it around like he does. The entity was displeased at first, but after we made some concessions in providing it with some test subjects, which are admittedly more for the benefit of our research, it warmed up to the idea. Addendum 049.2 Observation Log. While containment at Site 19, the doctor has spent a considerable amount of time studying and performing surgery on various mammalian corpses. It has been provided. The doctor will routinely spend several days surgery and then, regardless of has become an instance of -2, spend several more days documenting its findings in a thick leather journal stored within its doctor's bed. SCP-049 will seek to share its findings with members of Foundation staff. Following is a log of several occasions during in which the doctor was observed operating on a mammalian corpse. Observation Log 049 OL.1 Summary. Subject: the doctor. A test preface. A test subject, D Class 85123, was introduced to the doctor's containment cell. The entity expressed sincere gratitude towards all members of the containment and research staff. Observation notes. The doctor began asking the D-Class several standard medical questions as it began removing tools from its bag. Shortly after finishing its preparation, the doctor quickly closed the distance between the two, killing the subject with a touch of its throat. Afterwards, the doctor made a number of considerable alterations to the basic structure of the subject's corpse, often introducing fluids from within the bag into the by way of hand-powdered pump and copper tubing. Hand-powered pump, sorry. I'm not sure why I said powder. The resulting -2 instance became animated, flailing and grasping balls of manufactured length while moaning out an oblong organ now present in its sternum. During this time, the doctor was observing, taking notes in its journal, remarking to watching the research staff and the efficiency of its cure. Security personnel entered the chamber, the doctor back to containment, and were attacked by the instance. Security team dispatched the Dash to instance, and the doctor returned to containment with no resistance, stating that it was pleased with the results. Observation log. The subject, the doctor. The doctor was provided the corpse of a recently deceased goat. The doctor expressed gratitude at the provision. Observation notes. The doctor operated on the goat several days, eventually dash 2. 049 expressed pleasure in this outcome, though admitted the disease is still in its nascent stage. My veterinarian practice is rudimentary. Patient responded well to the procedure. I don't know what nascent stage means.
I don't know either.
I feel tempted to look it up.
Well, go ahead.
Nascent, especially of a process or organization, just coming into. Okay, so it was the beginning of its. It wasn't its beginning stage. Whatever the fuck that means. Observation log 3 summary. Subject the doctor. 049 was provided with the corpse of a orangutan. He expressed noted gratitude to the. Oh, physiology. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Observation notes. SCP-049 spent several days rating on. Appeared to be discontent with the results it experienced, returning to the creature 3 times after its initial reanimation for additional work. After it was unable to reanimate the 5th time, the doctor turned the corpse over to the Foundation staff for incinerating, stating, I have learned so much from this, though I fear my early optimism place I haven't yet come across such a stumbling block in my road to cure. More subjects like this would do a great deal in advancing my research. Observation log 7. Full. Oh, I feel like we skipped a few. Okay. I guess a few are missing. Okay. Subject the doctor. 049 was provided with a corpse of recently deceased bovine. 049 expressed mild annoyance at the provision. The doctor has stated its desire to work on human subjects several times between the noting its discontentedness when they would not be provided. The doctor spent several days. Observation notes. The doctor spent several days on course, breaking only to dine on a requested dinner of thin cracker, salted pork, and hard cheese. 049 has expressed that it does not require sustenance but enjoys it and feels that food helps it put it in the right mind to operate. Beginning first day by embalming the corpse, the doctor was observed producing a number of long fringes from its bag, each containing a different dark viscous fluid. 049 described these fluids as essence humors and elaborated by saying that bring out a system of imbalance, and in such case, before true healing can occur, one must find the humors in balance or the body will reject the cure. 049 added to this statement saying this is for the practical physician. I would have thought you would have learned this during your education. Just so everyone knows, this actually goes with the idea that he was a physician practicing in medieval Europe, as it was a long time in our history, even going as far back to ancient Rome, where they believed it was, I think even in Greece, where people believed your health was controlled by the five humors, basically five things they thought that humans needed to survive. And if you had an imbalance of them, you would get sick or get a defect or something like that, which we all know is stupid nonsense, but they took it very seriously. And there had been a few times where doctors got things right and they were dismissed because it went against the humors.
Yeah.
And it's basically like saying, like, if everyone believed that your blood was made of cotton candy, if someone one day said, hey, what if this is actually blood? That would obviously piss off a lot of people. That's not exactly what happened, but it's a good way of showing, yeah, this was a real thing back then. They fully believed in it. We know it's nonsense now, but it was something they believed. So, yes, he has real ancient medical knowledge that is totally debunked in the modern ages, but he was not exactly raised in the modern. Over the next few days, the doctor spent congested skins of the bovine corpse with a number of large metal instruments. After 8 days, the doctor produced a lightning rod, which Dr. Ham exchanged for an electric cattle prod attached to an extension cord and struck the corpse in several locations. This action seemingly had the effect of reanimating the bovine, which once again had become ambulatory, despite inversion of the head and reorientation of the limbs.
Alright, here comes the next audio log. Everyone ready? I'm gonna assume everyone's ready. Alright. Alright, in 3, 2, 1.
We've watched you work for several weeks now, and honestly, I'm not sure I understand what you're doing. Could you describe your process in detail?
Oh, goodness, no. The process is most intensive. As I said to your assistant, the best instruction you will find about my methods are here, in my journals, as I have kept exhaustive records of my work there.
Oh, I see. Well, my concern, Doctor, is that we still don't understand what you're seeking to cure, or how it manifests, or how turning these creatures into quasi-living, mindless drones helps in that effort.
You do not understand the pestilence, even after all this time. Doctor, it is an unspeakable horror, one that has shown its true face many times before, and will again. I find myself blessed with the wisdom and good senses needed to root it out and destroy it. But many, like yourself, cannot. It is a cruel judgment, I fear, to be at the mercy of a disease you cannot fully comprehend.
That still doesn't answer my question. How's your cure any kind of cure at all?
It is a cure. You may laugh at my efforts if you please, but do not besmirch the good name of scientific progress that has developed this great mercy. What you short-sightedly see here is a life better than any this creature could have hoped for. Stricken as it was with the pestilence, this creature is now clean, unable to spread the pestilence, and free from the terror it would have experienced otherwise.
This is hardly a creature at all, Doctor. It's not even...
Do not jape with me, sir. You and your colleagues are like so many others, unable to look past minor setbacks to see the salvation taking place before your very eyes. Do you wait to remove rotten timbers until the hall collapses on top of you? No. You find them and you pull them out and replace them with those untouched by rot. And most of all, you do not simply mock the structure because it now looks different to you. It is strong. It is free of disease.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to agitate you. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes. Well, do mind your words in the future, Doctor. I am a professional, but even professionals may feel the bite of pride in dealing with criticism of their masterpiece. I will forgive this as an act of good faith between colleagues.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, that will be all. Another test subject on the usual schedule. You know my preference of subjects with more human anatomies.
That's the end of the log.
Yep.
Attending researchers note that there does not seem to help other than want to help other humans, though it has not yet been able to provide a concrete example of what exactly it is trying to save us all from. It does not want to genuinely hurt them. I've watched it now for over several weeks, and while outcomes do not seem to ever change, 049 continues to claim that it's growing closer to its perfect cure. I think the entity may be more aware of the reality that these outcomes than it would like us to think. Addendum .3, the 04/16/2017. Starting shortly after the doctor's name, Dr. Ham conducted a number of interviews with the subject regarding its anomalous properties and over time began to note its displeasure with the subjects and the -2 instances. This continued for a period of several months, during in which the doctor never exhibited any aggressive behaviors. On April 16th of 2017, as Dr. Ham the doctor's test chamber to conduct another routine interview, the entity began to grow anxious, asked Dr. Ham if he was feeling well. Following protocol, Dr. Ham reminded doctors required, after which the entity became hostile and attacked Dr. Ham, killing him. Due to a lapse of security protocol and because Dr. Ham did not activate the in-chamber emergency system, Dr. Ham's corpse was not discovered until 3 hours later, by which point the doctor had converted it into an instance of -2. In the aftermath of this incident, the SCP was interviewed by Dr. Theron Sherman.
Alright, everyone ready for the next? Probably, I think the last audio log, I'm not sure.
Let's go.
Alright. 3, 2, 1.
I need you to explain yourself. SCP-049, you are being directed to explain your actions, and I will remind you that failure to cooperate will result in further restrictions during your containment.
My actions do not need to be explained.
You killed Raymond Ham, and then butchered him until he...
Not dead. No, not dead. He is cured.
Cured? Cured of what?
The pestilence, sir. I had thought you, at least, would realize what luck it is I detected it before.
What pestilence? You keep going on and on about this pestilence, but you have not once been able to properly identify this disease. What could you have possibly seen in him today that you had not seen so many times before, that it would be worth his life?
The pestilence presents and progresses in unforeseeable fashions, and has a queer way of creeping into the unprepared. And call it what you want, Doctor. It was a mercy I did to him. He is cured.
He is a vegetable.
I would not expect you to understand. You and your ilk have proven time and time again not to be men of science, but men of emotion. You cannot appreciate the horrors I have seen. Those many millions who have succumbed to the pestilence and been changed.
Your cure cost Ray his life.
No, good sir, I have saved it. You would allow this world to slip back into the despair of disease and death, ignoring that I have created a miracle. And
what disease? What pestilence? He was a healthy man. He was a good doctor.
I'm offering it freely to the afflicted. You are not worth this argument, sir. You are short-sighted and foolish. Dr. Ham was sick, and I cured him. I am the only one who can do this. My work must continue. There is still so much to learn, so much.
I've had enough of this.
And
consider your allowances revoked.
Even you.
Welcome to containment, 049.
Might be saved.
We're done here.
I can save them all. I can cast down this plague once and for all. I can do this. Only me. I saved him. Dr. Ham. I cured him. He was sick. I know he was sick. I know he was. And you are all sick, but I can save you. I can save all of you because I am the cure.
I just realized I think the doctor PTSD from the plague.
Yeah. Also, I was wrong. That was not the last audio log.
Addendum point 4, post-incident report interview. Following interview is an excerpt from April 16th at 2017, the 049 incident report conducted by Dr. Elijah Itkin and took place 3 weeks after the start of initial investigation.
SCP-049, we are conducting this interview to close out our investigation of your actions taken on April 16th that resulted in the death of a staff member. Do you have any comments to make? Only that I look forward to the day when you will allow me to resume my work. I have spent the last few weeks compiling my notes and constructing a new theory for how the pestilence was able to infect someone in such an insidious manner that I nearly couldn't detect it. Have you experienced any remorse for your actions? For the death of Dr. Ham? Ah, yes. Well, the death of a colleague is always regrettable. But in the face of the pestilence, we must be swift, Doctor, and act without hesitation. Dr. Sherman noted in his report that you seemed to be mournful during your initial interview. Mourn? Perhaps. I had not thought that. It is lamentable that a fellow doctor became infected, but the work continues. Regrettable as it was, Dr. Ham's death provided important insight. Living human subjects are the only way to proceed forward, I am decided. My cure is of little use on dead flesh, and I have gleaned all I can from your generous supply of corpses. My desires turn towards tending to those still living who suffer from the disease. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Oh, Doctor, I wouldn't be so sure.
I want to click this link because it looks like it goes somewhere.
Oh yes, that's a short story called Going Home. It's about the doctor basically getting out of containment and having a little fun.
Gotcha. Anyways, let's go ahead and react to the thumbnail. Ready to be done with them.
Oh, I'll be so happy to never see anything connecting to Dr. Lucius ever again, and I can for fun.
They redesigned 049 in the thumbnail this time. They're not red anymore.
Well, it's not the most accurate, but at least closer, but it's still inaccurate.
Yeah, and they
I
also
still can't
replaced the
forgive it.
body in the chamber as Klaus.
I still don't forgive it, but closer enough. 4.
Yeah. Alright. Oh yeah, I need to go back and see the licenses.
It's not that hard to give him a.
Oh shit, Dr. Sumerian was also part of this. And Sherman. Booker, if you don't know, those are also 2 other popular SCP YouTubers along with the Vulcan.
Vulcan is how many SCP fans are initiated into the world. He does really good work.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a lot of people. Now let's see if they're all mentioned. No. Wait a minute. Hot coconut. They did it again! Wrong one! They put hot cocoa nerd. It was probably supposed. This is probably the one that was supposed to go on the other one that was wrong.
Oh my gosh. Doesn't matter what they meant because they still got it wrong.
Yeah. Oh shit! It was this article was rewritten with the help of DJ Cactus. I'm not sure if you know Jared, but they're like one of the most popular SP writers on here.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was rewritten on January 30th, 2024. Huh. Anyways, you ready to end this? Book, are you ready to end this? Are you ready to see the end?
Let's go.
Alright. We got the volume. And 3, 2, 1.
The time has come yet again. A ring, linked from back to front. All things come to an end. Then once again, they begin afresh. Old friends and new, come once more into the dark and fulfill your destiny. All things return to their beginning, but you are endless, my nemesis, my foe.
What?
The plague comes yet again.
That is not
You
how
can't keep me locked
Right.
up here forever.
God
Once
damn
I
it.
get out, and I will get out.
So they
Your
didn't
days are
reference,
numbered.
Logan,
What
but they tried to copy his voice.
Yeah, and it failed.
Yeah.
you're doing is unethical and immoral.
Saving the human race from its inevitable extinction. You call this unethical? This is how you address your savior.
You're mad.
That's what was said about the man who said the world was round, but in due time, he was found to be right. What I do for humanity, and one day I will be praised as a visionary. How far the apple has fallen from the tree. Your father would be ashamed.
A genocidal madman and a traitor. A Nazi. That's who you relate to.
Oh, Klaus, not that father. I mean your real father. He understands that humans are a plague on this world. You do not understand the pestilence. The hybrids are our final form.
You've lost your minds, both of you.
This has nothing to do with 049.
I leave you now. There's much work to be done as we prepare the final steps. The formula for the ideal human hybrid is almost ready. Just one piece missing.
His father?
Yep. Cyrus seemed pretty sure that the old Nazi in cryogenics isn't Klaus's dad.
But that can't be.
I don't know. That's what he said.
Do you have anything of Klaus's with you? A personal belonging?
Oh, yeah. Here.
Give me a moment.
What the fuck? Watch this Klaus is dead in 049. Oh my gosh, I swear if that's true.
That'll be so fucking intense.
Oh my god!
That doesn't make sense.
What did you see?
It looked like Europe in medieval times. There was only bits and pieces of what we know as Klaus's childhood.
That is... someone's coming.
My dear Pythia, how nice to see you again.
Cyrus?
Unfortunately, this isn't a social call. I'm rounding up traitors.
Traitors, you say? Who might that be?
Don't be coy. You know we have Klaus, and it's only a matter of time before we find all his accomplices. My eye is also on you and Lucius.
Me? I'm a mere oracle. I take no part in your politics.
Nevertheless, I expect your support.
My gosh,
have you seen Agent Chen?
Chen? No, not since you took Klaus into custody.
Let me know if you hear anything, and remember, we're watching you.
He's gone.
He's gonna find me, sooner or later. I'm sorry to get you and Lucius involved in this.
Don't worry about us. We've been through worse.
How do you know Lucius anyway?
Oh, that's a story for another day.
Come on.
No, it won't be.
For the moment, I've got nothing else I can do.
Very well.
That's true.
Thousands of years ago, I was the Oracle at Delphi. We served as priestesses to the god Apollo. In the chasm beneath Delphi were fumes emitted from the core of Earth herself. These brought forth powers of soothsaying, and with it, hallucinations. Sometimes they could cause one to lose their mind. The fumes had a different effect on me, extending my life and granting me powers akin to Apollo. After the time of Great Greece was ended, I roamed the world, eventually finding my travels had led me to Romania. I met Lucius a few hundred years ago. He, too, cursed with everlasting life. A bond between us formed, and for many years we traveled together as one. Ages later, while on our travels, a man came to us speaking of a foundation. We were tired of travel, and it seemed like a place both of us could form some type of home in. They wanted Lucius to work with them, as he had some innate understanding of anomalies. In turn, they gave me my enclosure and allowed me to use it as I see fit. I created the home of my birthplace. This is why I have no SCP designation, as I am not truly a part of the Foundation.
That's a hell of a story. I had no idea.
That's not why
Quiet! Someone comes!
Right.
Pythia, are you in the mood for Chinese takeaway?
Not tonight. I've had enough.
Hang on. That's your secret phrase?
It was my idea. Don't you like it?
Very funny.
He's learned something new about Klaus.
Yeah. Cyrus said that Klaus's father, the one in cryogenics, is not his real father. Interesting. Anything else? He just babbled on about his hybrids and curing the world. Humans are a plague, blah blah blah. You do not understand the pestilence. You do not understand the pestilence? Yeah, that sounds very familiar. That could be a lead. Excuse me, both of you. I need to speak with an old friend.
Oh my god.
Ah, Monsieur Lucius. How nice of you to pay me a visit. It has been a while since we last spoke.
Yes, Doctor. I apologize for not seeing you more often as of late, but things have been chaotic.
It is a small thing. My experiments have been keeping me busy. The pestilence still spreads.
That's actually what I came to speak with you about.
If I may be of assistance, I gladly will.
You do not understand the pestilence. This is something I recall you saying many years ago.
Yes, I do recall. Very unfortunate that many of your doctors do not take the plague seriously.
I was told these words were spoken just today by Cyrus.
I do not know this Cyrus. Who is he?
He's an O5 council member.
Interesting. A coincidence.
Coincidence?
I recall many years ago, perhaps 30 or so, an O5 council member who was very interested in my work. He was the only one. I thought I might have an ally in my research. Unfortunately, he stopped visiting rather abruptly. I heard he had been dismissed for unethical experimentation, no doubt with me.
055.
Yes, 055.
What?
After treating a man with the pestilence, I administered my medicines to resurrect him. But this 055, he had an idea. He modified my serum.
Modified it how?
The serum usually results in mindless zombies upon resurrection. It is a side effect of the cure, but a worthy one. However, this new serum, the man rose, but with his mind intact.
Fascinating. And he had all his faculties. Were you able to successfully repeat the experiment?
Alas, we had tried dozens of times before and after, without success. This was the only experiment which worked, and shortly after, 055 was taken away.
Thank you, Doctor. You must excuse me. I need to check the records.
Of course, Professor. I do hope you'll come by again.
What is happening?
I have no fucking clue. Their bullshittery exceeds them.
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Cyrus, we found the documentation of your experiments.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. 05-1, please have these charlatans escorted from the hall.
051, do you remember the last holder of the 055 seat? A young man, almost 30 years ago, accused of unethical experiments? This is the same man, returned to fill the same role and continue his experiments.
Preposterous, that wasn't me. That was the previous 05-5. Under whose order was this traitor released?
Mine. I have found some rather damning evidence.
About what, Kloss? He's a traitor, that is all. I was protecting the Foundation in having him locked up.
Why do you keep calling him Kloss? Why don't you use his designation, 049-2?
What? What do you mean? I'm not an 0492.
30 years ago, Cyrus conducted experiments with 049, the plague doctor. He bent the doctor's experiments to his own interests. Things didn't go according to plan. In an interview, Kloss was killed by 049. Over the next 3 hours, 049 resurrected him with his formula. But Cyrus had him modify it somehow.
What is this madness you speak of?
He had tried it before, but it never worked. But with Kloss, it did. You covered up all the details. All the Foundation saw was that Kloss had been killed and resurrected intact. Whereas the usual results were mindless zombies.
That's what made me important to the Foundation.
Yes, which is why they maintained your clones. Something in your DNA is different. Probably also why you're resistant to amnesticization.
And that's why you were looking through my records and had me arrested. You still haven't found out what's in my DNA that makes me unique.
Oh, don't be so proud. If you were truly that important, you would understand my goals. Yes, there is something in your genetics which allows you to be resurrected.
Yes, he has clones.
But it's merely some genetic anomaly. You are not unique besides.
Then why
True,
all the effort?
I'm so close to human-animal hybridization. The next step of evolution is almost in my grasp, but the formula is unbalanced. You were to be the stabilizer.
Agents, please escort 055 and 052 to a cell. We'll decide what to do with them later.
Fools, all of you. You deny your future. You are nothing but a pestilence on this planet.
Again, Red Right Hand members would probably fight immediately.
Yeah.
And true what Bookham said, but this man should just rebrand it to an AU with SCP related stuff, because damn bro, all the shit you're making.
Also, I want to point out this does not make the Doctor Klaus's daddy. He still has the same Nazi dad.
Yeah. Anyways.
Being reanimated by the Doctor.
Yeah. That's fair.
It makes you his patient.
Yeah. Anyways. If the O5 Council is correct, point of view to think you could fight them. Yeah. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, let's finish this.
I was killed by 049.
Yes, a long time ago.
Then resurrected with a different version of his medicine.
Yes, Cyrus had the formula adjusted.
But that wasn't enough. The new formula, combined with my DNA, was the solution to resurrection and stabilizing Cyrus's human-animal hybrids.
Yes, I'm sorry, Klaus.
But if my father wasn't a Nazi, who was he?
What?
I don't understand. Why are we here?
Once the Foundation realized how important your blood was, they had you cloned.
I see, but if my father isn't my father, whose memories are those?
He is your father. They are your memories, but each clone is released without the memories of 049, for your safety.
But Cyrus said my real father. How?
The modification to the formula when you were resurrected, Cyrus added 049's blood. You share his DNA as well now.
Oh my god.
You face a choice now, both of you. Chen also knows everything. His childhood, his time as a D-class, he knows it all.
What? How?
They came back a long time ago, Doc. Some of those amnestics just aren't that good. You can both return to your jobs and continue on, with everything out in the open. After what has happened here, I could understand your distaste at remaining at the Foundation, though. The second choice? Chen will be properly amnesticized with Class A amnestics. And Klaus? Since amnestics don't work on you, since you were cloned, you must die again. However, a clone will be released with all your memories, except of the Foundation. It will be a new lease on life for both of you. You will then both be released. Make your choice, gentlemen. Continue at the Foundation, or be released with no memories of it.
I've decided.
So have I.
Was there really any choice?
Never a doubt in my mind, Doc. SCP-049.
What was that?
I was just talking to myself. I asked myself, boy hands. That's when fingers are unnaturally long and look janky.
Which is why I was trying to frame it to be only 2 O5 members, but still, you should probably get the other O5 members on board. Yeah, they get sloppy style. Oh my god.
Euclid. SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height, which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor.
Oh my god.
While 049 appears to be wearing the thick robes and the ceramic mask indicative of that profession, the garments instead seem to have grown out of...
What was that?
I just yelled in frustration. They do know how to draw him.
Yes. Bookham, you probably missed the original the first 049 one, because Jerry went ape shit over that. You can't deny it either.
It was either the historical inaccuracy, the SCP inaccuracy, those. upset.
of 049's body over
Every
time.
time they touch him, I get upset.
And are now nearly indistinguishable from whatever form is beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, 049 does not have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath its outer layer. 049 will become hostile with individuals it sees as being affected by the pestilence, often having to be restrained should it encounter such. If left unchecked, 049 would generally attempt to kill any such individual. 049 is capable of causing all biological functions of an organism to cease through direct skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown, and autopsies of 049's victims have invariably been inconclusive. 049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse, using the implements contained within a black doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times. While these surgeries are not always successful, they often result in the creation of instances of 049-2. -2 instances are reanimated corpses that have been operated on by 049. These instances do not seem to retain any of their prior memories or mental functions, having only basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, moving very little and in a generally ambulatory fashion, they can become extremely aggressive if provoked or if directed to by 049. -2 instances express active biological functions, though these are vastly different from currently understood human physiology. Despite these alterations, 049 often remark that the subjects have been cured. 049 is contained within a standard secure humanoid containment cell in Research Sector 02 at Site 19. 049 must be sedated before any attempts to transport it. During transport, 049 must be secured with a Class 3 humanoid restriction harness, including a locking collar and extension restraints, and monitored by no fewer than 2 armed guards. While 049 is generally cooperative with most Foundation
Oh my gosh, is that more AI art on a wall?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Outbursts or sudden changes in behavior are to be met with elevated force. Under no circumstances should any personnel come into direct contact with 049 during these outbursts. In the event 049 becomes aggressive, the application of lavender has been shown to produce a calming effect on the entity. Once calmed, 049 generally becomes compliant and will return to containment with little resistance. In order to facilitate the ongoing containment of 049, the entity is to be provided with the corpse of a recently deceased animal, typically a bovine or other large mammal, once every 2 weeks for study. Corpses that become instances of 049-2 are to be removed from 049's containment cell and incinerated.
Fuck was that?
SCP-049 is no longer permitted to interact with human subjects, and requests for human subjects are to be denied. All good things must come to an end, and with this episode, I feel we've sufficiently wrapped up the storyline and answered the big questions.
What?
As some of you may know, the SCP niche isn't what it once was. Whether this is permanent or just a lull, it's becoming increasingly...
Because they're doing an ad.
I'm not sure. I don't think they're... No, they're just showing, like, previous SCPs they went through. I looked forward.
No, they're not doing previous SPs. Look at the outfit. Keep going.
Yeah, no, they show other SCPs.
difficult to maintain the channel. You might be aware that a number of larger SCP-related channels have switched content. It came as a surprise to us, but these things often happen largely at the same time, as we are all influenced by the same factors. It's been a wild ride, and we thoroughly enjoyed every moment in the past few years of creating and guiding this storyline. This isn't the end for us, but for the moment, we cannot justify continuing this channel. Perhaps, one day, we might be able to rejoin it and continue the storyline.
How about don't come back?
Don't go back.
We'll be starting a new channel, unrelated to this, which we're looking forward to. Though if you want to find it, you'll have to listen for my voice in a new place.
I see a bright future.
They're saying it? You fucking idiot.
Ahead
one
for you
wants to
all.
listen to your voice.
Yeah.
Our time together is done for now, and I, for one, enjoyed it.
And I would like to give a special thank you to Professor Lucius for having us on for so long. But I guess there should even be a bigger thank you to all of you. thank you for your support and your love that you've given to
What
us
support?
and our characters. All of us on the team wish
Probably children
nothing
that
but the
watched
best
this
for you.
thinking it was accurate.
We'll always
Yeah.
be here if you need to stop by and visit
Thank
us.
you, children, for being
Until
cool.
we meet again, as always, have a care and remember to subscribe, like, and share.
No.
If you would. Until next time, farewell.
Alright, everyone can see what I'm doing right now, like on
Yeah.
my stream. Yeah.
Considering they didn't give any proper copyright in any way, I think that needs to.
You see what I did, Jerry?
I saw. Do you agree with some of those faces?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. There's... Okay, so one thing I want to see on their community page, do they say anything? They don't say anything about their other channel.
Yeah, they don't want SCP fans to be able to. Because while kids probably liked them, actual fans of actual SCP content were probably pissed that they got more inaccurate and never cared about the inaccurate.
Well,
they
they
never cared about what they did to it.
apparently a year ago.
Smash or pass? What the hell?
Yeah, with SCPs.
No, we're never.
Wait, hold on.
doing
Let's see if
that.
they post anything on our Patreon. Their second most popped up as SC4735. What happens to remove a kid's brain? So yeah, no, they're dead. Good riddance. Thanks, Children, for not looking any of this shit up. Oh, geez. Someone in the comments said a true loss for us SCP fans. No, it's not.
No, not a loss. Not a loss. We SCP fans cheer. Huzzah to the death of a content.
Yeah. I am going to put a pause on doing the content farm stuff for a while, mainly because I have 69 videos to upload. I'll probably come back to doing it in November.
I would also like a break from them.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is I'll probably come back to doing it in November. Luckily, the next person, it's only 40 SCPs they did instead of 69. So it's way less. Yeah. Alright, anyways. Removal of character status license 4. They put the wrong person.
They did, yep.
Added gore or violence.
2, they didn't add that much violence, but I feel like it should be added more because I'm angry. That's bias, so that does not count.
Yeah. Alright. Deviation from the plot of the article. Yes. Yes, very much so. Also, only smash or pass should involve 6049. Oh my gosh, bookworm. What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck?
What?
There was a tick on my ankle.
Oh!
Fuck off me, you piece of shit.
Was it a deer tick or a dog tick?
I don't know. It's like a small brown tick.
That would be a deer tick. That means after killing it, you need to get checked for Lyme disease.
Well, I'm off tomorrow. Fucking tick bitch.
Wait, did it bite you?
I mean, I don't feel any itching where it was, but it was staying still when I took it off.
I think you need to get checked, Justin.
Yeah. Anyways, only only men in a video, sorry, or slash offensiveness.
It was definitely offensive.
Yeah.
It was literally mixing nuts.
Yeah. Mixing German parties with medieval times.
There is a special place in hell for Dr. Lucius.
So I'm gonna put a 4. Giving it
Also, is
10%.
it bad that part of me wishes there was a clip of Bot doing 049? Like, just Mac talking Dr. Lucius's channel in French.
Yeah, but Jerry, look at the beginning. The very first one, they did a 50%.
Then 25, then 30, then 30, 5, 5, 15,
And then
5,
it
15,
decreased.
25, 25, 35, 50, 35. Yeah, they did a slight dip, and then it went, and at one started dipping.
Yeah.
They'd always have these dips. It felt on purpose. I hated those dips.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna put... Well... Should I put this in an average calculator? To average it? Like all the percentages?
Why not?
Alright. Let's do it. It's gonna take a bit. Bookworm Entertain Stream.
What?
I said Bookworm Entertain.
What do you expect Bookworm to do?
I don't know. Something. I'm sorry, Bookworm. It's gonna take so goddamn long.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Oh my gosh, Book. Fine. I still think this is probably gonna be the worst one we've done so far. Oh, but luckily there's a bunch of zeros, so that's gonna help. I'm not sure that's a good thing to say. So many. I have
I internally cheer in delight that I will never have to hear the voices from that content farm ever again. Inaccurate information is the bane of my existence. It felt that the creator did not understand any era, be it past or present. They understood no anomalies. Luscious was maddening and frustrating.
Why does OBS put that as double? I still don't understand.
Oh.
I
Is
heard
it
that.
going double?
Yeah, I don't know why it was doing double. Like, it will randomly do double.
only used that because I just felt like I'm going to slightly be happy that it's okay.
Then we find someone who's worse.
Don't say that.
Jiro, we still have to react to Dr. Bob. Not Dr. Bob, the rubber.
I feel like I won't get as angry at some reason.
Oof. Ooh. Alright. I gotta add something to the stream right now. To people watching. Right. It'll be text. The text will be the number of the percent they got as an average percent on all their videos. Are you ready?
Yes.
Wait, no. Got a round. Oh, hold on. I gotta... Why did he put it as white?
Can you move the number? Because click 25.
There it is. Oh, I forgot to put the percent. Sorry.
So less than a quarter of the time he did anything accurate.
That's it. That's the end. 22.5%. I feel like after we react all the content farms, we should put... I mean, that's pretty high still. Well, that's probably because all the ones at the beginning, if we look at them.
Yeah, at the beginning, he even got a 50.
55%.
Another 50% more down. He got 50% quite a few times, but then there are ones where he just got fucking 0.
Yeah,
zeros around the end.
Yeah, just like, oh, it's zero, 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 zero.
It's a slope.
It's a literal slope.
There was a 40% somewhere down the later slope. That's something.
It's only because of those few that had high numbers that it got a 22.5%. But if they didn't get that high numbers, it would be way lower. Congratulations, Professor. You got a higher score than expected.
Professor Lucius, I hope we never see any of you. I hope to never hear your voice again. I hope to never hear you proudly state inaccuracies about historical information or about SCP data or about how the Foundation or about how any group works or about anything because you know nothing. It's like you barely know how. You never have anything correct on any of your. Well, no, you have some correct. You have a little less than half, a quarter. So you know something. Something. You know less than a quarter of knowledge.
I feel like our goodbye message Lucius should be clipped. Goodbye, fucker.
And also, I just want to say, I think some of the beginning stuff was ranked as high as it. He didn't change it to also males and just racism in general on the bottom one. So if it's
Yeah.
him, you probably should have gotten a lower rating and you didn't get it anyway. Be grateful we're too lazy. We just hate you. We don't want to go through it again. We really don't. I would rather have all my teeth pulled.
Thursday stream, where we look at the other ones to see if they got the correct percentages. No, I'm kidding.
No.
Now I gotta figure out what to do for Thursday. Because I don't want to do content farms for a while. You know what? I probably could bring back SCP, either SCP reading or SCP. I wouldn't do SCP tier listing because the streams will be really too short.
I think SCP reading, just for the fun of it, might be really nice.
Yeah, okay. What do you think, Bookworm? Would you be interested in hearing me read some SCP stories again?
If we do that, how about you pick two SCPs, and we'll see which ones. I don't know.
Sure. Alright. Alright.
Maybe Bookworm picks one.
SCP story for SCP-6969. No, I'm kidding. I probably couldn't even read that on Twitch stream if I wanted to.
You know what? Why not? Anything is better than Lucius. Anything SCP. The best parts of these streams were reading and listening to Bookworm.
Yeah.
Listening to you.
Anyways, now it's finally time to hit a certain button. The ending soon scene. Oh my god. We did it, Jerry. You said we weren't gonna finish it tonight.
I was wrong.
We're done.
Honestly, with how bad Dr. was, I feel like he should almost be our word for someone.
Yeah, it's like if someone starts saying like inaccurate shit, we just say, "Hey, don't be Professor Lucius."
Yeah, don't be Professor Lucius. Does sound.
I'm tempted to put in my rules now. Don't be Professor Lucius.
Oh, Bookworm said I'll just say goodnight. I'm right, and Jerry can.
Yeah.
Good night, Bookworm.
Yeah, good night, Bookworm. Yeah, I think I'll just hit the stream button.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. Yeah, we did it. We're finally free. Also, Danger News, hope you enjoyed. Hope to see you guys next time for your next mission. And, Gay Whale Dong.